Chapter 301. Refugees from the Bringer Duchy were initially accommodated in a shelter to the north of Crossroad. Originally, this facility was built for citizens to evacuate when monsters invaded. It was the very place where citizens took refuge whenever an emergency arose. Equipped with emergency beds, medicines, emergency rations, water, and makeshift accommodations, it could effortlessly shelter over 1,000 refugees. The plan was to first accommodate them here and gradually settle them inside the city. Those in need of medical attention, please line up in an orderly manner. We have ample food supplies, so let's start with some warm tea. The northern shelter was abuzz. Priests administered medicines and healing magic to the sick refugees, while the famished were provided with food rations. Duskbringer handed out blankets to her people, and the knights poured hot tea into cups for them. Despite their fatigue from the late autumn cold and their long journey, hope remained in the refugees' eyes. As they wrapped themselves in blankets and sipped on tea, a faint vitality returned to their pale faces. Watching this scene from a distance, I heard a familiar set of footsteps approach me. Without turning, I inquired, "Worried, Lucas?" I did anticipate this to some extent. As expected, it was Lucas who stood beside me. Silently observing the bustling shelter, Lucas let out a soft sigh. "I am concerned about what lies ahead." "What concerns you?" "Mainly two things." I gestured for Lucas to continue. Nodding slightly, he began. "First, without a doubt, is the Western Front, Prince Lark, and the Imperial Army's 1st Division. The most immediate problem surfaced. Even if you've declared your independent course of action, accepting the Duchess of Bringer, whom the 1st Division of the Imperial Army is keenly searching for, is no ordinary risk." Lucas then discreetly gauged my reaction. "But in my opinion, you must have a contingency plan for this issue." "Oh? What makes you think so?" "If I may say, you never engage in battles without the odds in your favor." Couldn't help but smile. This guy has gotten the hang of my strategic style. You never make a move without solid evidence. You prefer battles where victory is certain, and even if the odds are high, you avoid gambles. Therefore, I surmise that by the time you accepted the Duchess of Bringer, you already had preparations in place for the Western Front. Sharp, Lucas. Just as you said. From a few months back, when I decided to recruit Duskbringer, the simulation for how to win over the Western Front had been running nonstop. The situation isn't bad. In fact, it's promising. I felt fairly confident about this aspect. Grinning, I gestured for Lucas to continue. "Let's set aside the first concern for now. What's the second?" Without hesitation, Lucas continued, "It's the citizens of Crossroad." It was an unexpected response. As I looked at him in surprise, Lucas began to explain. "Since you began governing here, the proportion of foreigners in Crossroad has increased sharply." "Yes, that's true. Especially, you haven't just hired foreign mercenaries, but have also actively employed mercenaries of different races. The view towards them is still somewhat cold. From the perspective of someone who lived in this world, rather than an outsider possessing someone, Lucas candidly spoke of the realities. But, my lord, if the majority of the Empire's citizens see the different races as uncomfortable outsiders, their view of the people from the Bringer Duchy is an enemy to be confronted. The Empire and the Bringer Duchy are currently at war. Even before this, there has been a rising animosity between them. The Everblack Empire and the Bringer Duchy once shared a relationship like that of sibling nations, but now they were at war. Naturally, their feelings towards each other weren't amicable. Accepting 1,000 refugees in this situation might indeed be taken as a bolt from the blue from the perspective of the existing citizens. I stroked my chin, deep in thought. Still, isn't this place fundamentally a fortress for military purposes? And I am a member of the Imperial family and a commander. The citizens can't really oppose such a decision. Yes, at its core it's a fortress, but it's also a city where people have lived for generations. A fortress and a city, a place where soldiers and civilians coexist. That was Crossroad. Of course, you could suppress any opposing opinions by using your name as an imperial, your rights as a lord, and your command as a commander. You have the power in this city. No one can object. But the unresolved conflict will simmer below the surface. The world isn't just innocent and beautiful. Showing compassion to the refugees who lost their country and providing them with blankets and tea won't solve the issue. No, the real problem starts right there. How should we resolve this? I had some thoughts but sought Lucas' opinion. After pondering for a moment, Lucas nodded. Reflecting on the integration process of the Shadow Squad, Penal Squad, and the refugees they brought with them might be helpful. Indeed, our thoughts aligned once more. They worked hard and proved their worth voluntarily. They demonstrated their usefulness to this city. In the end, practical utility. This was the most effective way to persuade people. The power of Duchess Duskbringer and her knights is already well established, so now. Lucas looked back at the shelter. These 1,000 refugees must also show the existing citizens of Crossroad what they can contribute to the city. It might sound harsh, but currently the refugees were in a vulnerable position. They need to prove their worth and prepare to integrate into this place. Only after this process could the people of Crossroad gradually open their hearts and accept them. That's how relationships work. It's not resolved by one side opening their heart and extending their hand. Both sides needed to make efforts and reach an agreement. What I could do was create opportunities and environments for that. I can't precisely foresee the future vision you have for this city, Lucas said with a rueful smile. But am well aware that it won't be an easy path. That's what makes it worthwhile. To gain significant benefits, one must be willing to take significant risks. I aim to assemble a dream team consisting of the mightiest heroes. To achieve that, it was essential to untangle the complex web of relationships and loyalties among them. The integration of the 1,000 refugees could serve as a practice run for this. Well, in the case of the citizens, it's one thing. For the soldiers, it might be a bit easier. Oh? Why's that? Most are mercenaries who have roamed from other lands. They have a lot in common as fellow outsiders. And, above all, Lucas grinned. On this monster frontier, the more powerful allies one has, the better. They can literally save one's life. In that regard, proving the strength of Duchess Duskbringer and her knights during the recent defense was quite effective. Having demonstrated their formidable power, other soldiers had little reason to object to their inclusion. The Knights of Bringer, known as Warriors of the Western Front, have long been the envy of those who revere martial prowess. While Duchess Duskbringer and her knights were still assisting the refugees, Lucas trailed off, watching them. As a warrior myself, I respect them. I eagerly await the day I can test my sword against their esteemed blades. That night, at the Central Plaza, a banquet celebrated the defensive victory. Bringar's knights, lead knight, Endymion, the knight with neatly groomed white hair and beard, the most senior knight of Duchess Duskbringer, Sir Endymion roared. I will show you the skills I have honed all my life. He then took out instruments similar to tambourines. As he made a rhythmic sound, he started a vigorous hula dance with a stern face. Given the gap between his stern appearance and the lively dance, the scene was hilariously incongruent. The mercenaries, already tipsy from the drink, laughed until they were breathless. The atmosphere in the plaza instantly warmed up. Watching this spectacle, Lucas froze, his face pale. Beside him, I muttered, a proud sword, an object of envy. Easy. No. No, this isn't it. Herace, what happened? After a round of drinks at the banquet, noticing that the newly arrived knights were still feeling a bit awkward, the senior knight, Sir Endymion, decided to take the lead to liven up the mood. And that's how the grand hula dance unfolded. After concluding his dance, the elderly knight struck a final pose and swiftly exited the plaza. The other mercenaries erupted in thunderous applause. After that, the long-haired middle-aged knight, Sir Berlin, and the twin young knights, Soon and Jet, took turns getting on the stage. Each danced skillfully, bringing humor and easing the atmosphere. What on earth are they doing? Why are they so good at it? Typically, in a gathering with alcohol, someone acting the fool tends to lighten the mood. Given that those breaking the ice were the knights everyone had been wary of, the atmosphere quickly improved. The central plaza became as lively as it usually was during victory banquets. Isn't it tolerable? Duchess Duskbringer chuckled as she watched. It's a tradition of the knights under my command. It's for entertaining at drinking parties. Those cute dances were honed for just such occasions. They're quite the crowd pleasers. Beside her, Sir Endymion, now sweaty, slicked back his damp white hair, commenting stoically. I've done far crazier things to entertain you. This is easy. Isn't that mistreatment within the squad? Far from it. You saved us and gave us new lives. If we can make you smile, even with such trivial acts, it's our joy. Duchess Duskbringer playfully messed up the serious Endymion's white hair. Always saying sweet things, Endymion. When I first recruited you, you were a tiny kid who could hardly speak. I don't recall such times, ma'am. It's embarrassing. You went through puberty saying I want play with you, avoiding me, and once you crossed 20, you even confessed your love for me. But look at you now, your hair's all white. Please stop mocking my immature days. Sir Endymion turned away, clearly embarrassed. Has the old man always been this gullible? And should one really spill another's embarrassing past like that? Isn't that also mistreatment? Well, that's enough entertainment for now. Duchess Duskbringer, removing her hand from Endymion's hair, grew serious. I want to discuss our plans going forward. Ash. I straightened up. Lucas and Sir Endymion respectfully cleared the area, leaving Duchess Duskbringer and me facing each other. While I entrust you with command as we integrate my people, I also want to hear about your future plans. Lark and the First Legion of the Empire's forces will soon arrive here. I want to know how you plan to stop them. And Duchess Duskbringer glanced briefly to the north, where her people took refuge. What my people should do here, she knew as well. For her foreign people to settle in this city, they'd first need to prove their worth. I smiled confidently, pushing my glass forward. We have a lot to do, Duchess. Just trust and follow me. It seems tonight's discussion will be long. Duchess Duskbringer observed me for a moment, then pushed her glass towards mine. Cheers. The clinking of glasses echoed through the night. Crossroad had always grappled with a chronic labor shortage. Located at the southernmost tip of the world, the fortress was a perilous battlefield, as monsters constantly besieged it. Especially during the preparations for the upcoming winter, there was always a lack of helping hands. In such circumstances, the refugees from the Bringer Duchy willingly took on the arduous tasks. They prepared for winter by chopping firewood, repairing frozen canals, and filling the storages with dry straw. Duchess Duskbringer took the lead in these endeavors. She didn't hesitate to get her hands dirty or allow her crown to be stained. She worked tirelessly alongside her people. The citizens of Crossroad still regarded the people of the Bringer Duchy with caution. But, seeing them take charge of the laborious tasks of late autumn, their animosity began to soften. There were continuous, albeit minor, clashes, but their frequency noticeably decreased over time. Most importantly, my will was firm. Crossroad was a city fully within my grasp. Its citizens respected my decisions. People adapt, as they say. The once chaotic city quickly regained its stability. On a night, a week after welcoming Duchess Duskbringer and the refugees, a guest arrived. My lord. Late at night in the lord's office. Recovering from my illness, I had gradually extended my working hours. Ader entered my room with a sense of urgency. The guest you were expecting has arrived. They're waiting at the mansion's entrance. Take them to the reception room. They'll be right down. After taking a deep breath and adjusting my attire, I descended to the first floor's reception room. Standing silently in the room was a large figure. Functional metal armor, a white cloak draped over it, and a hood linked to the cloak pulled low over his face. It's been a while. A few months, I believe. Recognizing the awaited visitor, I managed a composed smile. Brother. The first prince of the Everblack Empire. Lark Avalanche Everblack, with his piercing blue eyes gleaming like blade edges, slowly removed his hood. Chapter 302. Lark gazed at me for a while before finally speaking. Ash. I was inwardly tense, given that the situation was such that it wouldn't have been odd if Lark had suddenly thrown a punch or spat out a curse. But instead, this first prince suddenly spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "It's time for a hug," he bellowed while wearing a broad smile. Right, this guy had such a character. Surprised, I froze. Lark approached me with big strides and tightly embraced me with his thick arms. Ugh! He laughed heartily. It's been a while. My younger brother. Have you been well? Ugh! I was doing fine until moments ago. But now, thanks to your spine-crushing hug, not so much. Let me go. It feels like I'm dying. After a short while, Lark released me from his embrace. I took heavy breaths and checked if my ribs were intact. That jerk. He squeezed me on purpose. You seem to be governing this place quite well, Ash. While I was checking on the health of my spinal erector, Lark casually gestured towards the mansion's surroundings. I observed the expressions of the citizens on my way here. Everyone seemed happy. I never thought you'd have such talent for governance. My expression isn't too bright because of your hug. In the imperial capital, you only caused problems. But now seeing you again makes me proud. You only brought that up because you wanted to play on words, didn't you? In the imperial capital, I remember speaking formally to this gentleman, but now our conversation flowed more naturally. Let's chalk it up to an increased sense of brotherly intimacy. I guided Lark to a table and took my seat first. Lark sat down across from me. When Ader served the tea, Lark declined with a wave of his hand and asked, "Don't you have milk?" Milk? What's with this health-conscious guy? Is that why he's so tall? Ader quickly served a cold glass of milk, which Lark gulped down with satisfaction. I cautiously brought up a topic. Did you come alone, brother? I assumed you'd bring your subordinates with you. All I desire is peace, Ash. Thud. Setting down his empty glass of milk and wiping his lips with the back of his hand, Lark spoke. Peace for this country and the children who will live here. It's my duty to protect it. Children. I remembered this guy was married. He even had 3 kids. A flashback of Lark, harmoniously interacting with his wife at the Imperial Capital's party, crossed my mind. Ash, you're obviously included in the list of people I need to protect. If I punished you for every mistake you made, would you still be alive? I gave a bitter smile. So, you thought it would be enough to discipline me alone, and that's why you came by yourself. You're an adult too. It's not discipline. I came to persuade you. It's basically the same thing, just different wording. This powerful knight believed that he alone would be sufficient to persuade me. Hence he came alone. My eyes drifted to the long sword at his waist. If Lark wanted to, he could probably turn this entire mansion upside down with me inside. I'll cut to the chase and speak my mind. Hand over Duchess Bringer and her knights to me. Lark stated bluntly, fixing his eyes on me. Do that, and I will overlook your acts of treachery. Neither father nor anyone else in the imperial family will know of the deeds you've done. Treachery, you say? Ash, right now, our Everblack Empire is fighting enemies on 4 fronts. I remember the Guardians meeting held in the imperial capital. I recall the content vividly. The Divine Front led by Father to fend off the foreign gods in the northern territories. Fernandez's covert front, holding off the underground forces in the center of the imperial capital. And my dragon-blooded front, at war with the Bringer Duchy in the west. Lastly, your monster front here, repelling the beasts. For destinies threatening the downfall of the empire. The emperor and his sons were each fighting on their designated fronts. Duchess Bringer is one of the 4 fates identified to bring down the empire. We must kill her. In order to do that, I personally set fire to the Bringer Duchy, our longtime allies and brother nation. Countless people died. But if we don't capture the Duchess, this war won't end. All those sacrifices will be in vain. He didn't need to voice the implied so hand her over. He had laid out his cards. Now he simply stared at me, waiting for my response. Such a straightforward personality. A low chuckle escaped my lips, and I smirked. And if I can't? Excuse me? If I can't hand over Duchess Bringer to you, what will you do? You're planning to obstruct the imperial orders? Forgot my autonomous declaration? I was granted self-governance for 3 years. Whether to shelter or protect those who seek refuge here is up to me. As I casually leaned back on the sofa, Lark's demeanor turned menacing. The room's temperature seemed to plummet, and the furniture shook as if there was an earthquake. Just a slight release of his aura caused this much havoc. His massive hand slowly moved to the hilt of his sword. Then I have no choice but to persuade you. I didn't want to resort to force, but... Shing. Lark slightly unsheathed his blade. The blade's dull metallic shimmer was suddenly infused with a vivid blue magic power, scattering a hazy chill and remnants of magical power like frost. I was choking. With my level of combat skills, resisting him would result in being torn to shreds. But he'll give you one last chance, Ash. Hand over Duchess Bringer to me immediately, or with this sword, I'll dash. You can't. Cutting off Lark, I replied coldly. You can't swing your sword at me? Can you, brother? What? You aren't cold-hearted enough to strike down your own kin, are you? Confusion clouded Lark's eyes, and I wore a leisurely smile. The reason I could remain so calm, even with the world's strongest knight before me, because in the game, I had thoroughly analyzed what kind of character this human named Lark was. In the game, just because they were brothers, Lark couldn't kill Fernandez, who had committed treason. He was a person with too much sentimentality. If he couldn't kill Fernandez, who had plotted a rebellion, there was no way he would raise his sword to me just for hiding an enemy leader. Seriously. True to my expectations, Lark grimaced, sheathing his sword back into its scabbard, and released his grip on the handle. The suffocating pressure and the trembling atmosphere quickly returned to normal. Always the cunning one, aren't you? You claim to have lost your memory, but you sure remember how to handle your brother. Old habits die hard, don't they? Matching his rhythm, my smile deepened. However, in the same vein, although I might not be able to confront you directly, my troops are stationed just 3 days' distance from here in Crossroad. Oh, if I give the order, they'll storm Crossroad, burn down the southern front, capture you and Duchess Bringer, and drag you both to the imperial capital dash. You can't. I was sure of it. Brother, you can't do that. What? This southern front also stands against one of the dooms that threaten our empire. If you burn it, then what? Who will stop the monsters emerging from the south? Given the number and maliciousness of monsters emerging from the Black Lake, reports would surely have reached him by now. These monsters grew stronger and more terrifying by the day. To plunge the southern front into civil war under such circumstances, when and where would he establish a new front line and mobilize troops to defend it? Both logistically and tactically, it made no sense. Moreover, if the western and southern fronts clash, resulting in mutual annihilation, who stands to benefit? Certainly not our empire. But still dash. Most importantly, you can't. Not with matters of such significance, unless someone gives you an order. Lark blinked blankly. I now had to stifle my laughter. The foundation of my belief that I could persuade Lark? It was none other than my experience from 742 gameplay walkthroughs. In the second year, when I had to choose between allying with either Lark or Fernandez, I often sided with Lark, because he was easier to handle. Lark Avalanche Everblack is the Empire's most formidable knight. His capabilities had long surpassed human limits, and his martial prowess was said to have reached the realm of legends. However, nevertheless, because his incredible power could, with a single mistake, destroy his own homeland and even his cherished subordinates. From a young age, he had restrained his strength, always seeking peaceful resolutions to conflicts. This temperament persisted into his adulthood. To put it kindly, he was compassionate. To put it bluntly, he was indecisive. He's a knight who prefers his sword to stay sheathed. To draw a parallel, it's like wielding a nuclear weapon to intimidate, but lacking the courage to actually launch it. His recent war with the Bringer Duchy showcased this nature perfectly. Had he wanted to, he could have decimated the Bringer Duchy and killed Duchess Bringer to seize her dragon blood. But he couldn't resort to unnecessary brutality. Nor could he extend mercy to the people of the duchy. Duchess Bringer had never surrendered, and the war dragged on ambiguously. The casualties on both sides piled up like accumulating snow. Even after holding a victory celebration in the imperial capital, he still hadn't finalized matters, allowing Duchess Bringer to escape. And here he was trying to persuade me. When executing orders, he might be a competent field commander. But as a decisive leader acting on his own volition, he falls short. In some ways, a true soldier, that was Lark. And this nature would later become his critical weakness in the war for the throne against Fernandez. Well, stories of the future can wait. To my brother, who was naturally inclined towards peace yet encased in a killer's instinct, I decided to provide a way out. Swoosh! I handed Lark the prepared documents. He accepted them with a puzzled look. What's this? Just read. With a skeptical look, Lark spread out the contents of the folder. Soon after, his eyes widened in shock. Of course, this folder contained information Serenade had collected from the imperial capital. In other words, it was a collection of evidence of Fernandez's treason. Thud! After quickly scanning the contents, Lark slammed the folder onto the table, snarling menacingly at me. This is a lie. Do you really believe that? It's a lie. Why would Fernandez commit treason? He has no reason. Typical of you, starting by searching for a reason for the treason. The subversive forces within the imperial capital were actually the Aegis Special Forces. They had secretly installed a human sacrifice magic circle called the Shutdown Protocol in the underground of the imperial capital. Under the guise of eliminating subversive forces, Fernandez's political enemies were being eliminated one by one. Most of those so-called enemies were nobles who supported Lark. With so much evidence laid bare, Lark's blind faith in Fernandez was all too typical of him. This indecisive embodiment of a man. Was it because he drank too much milk? Let's say, for argument's sake, that it's all lies, brother. Even so, shouldn't you go to the imperial capital first to verify this information? If it's false, then come back and mete out a suitable punishment to me for defaming your innocent younger brother. But if it's true, you can prevent a crisis in the imperial capital in due time. Wouldn't that be far more urgent than dealing with Duchess Bringer? Looking down at the folder with trembling eyes, Lark seemed on the edge. I sighed, pushing him further. Think about it. If, hypothetically, Fernandez does rebel, who in the imperial capital would face the greatest danger? Father! Oh, come on, brother. That's not it. Can't you really see the bigger picture? I slowly pointed my forefinger toward Lark's chest. My beloved sister-in-law and 3 lovely nieces and nephews, your wife and children, they're in danger, would be the first ones targeted. I snapped this clueless soldier back to reality. Lark's face drained of color. I clicked my tongue. The primary reason to kill Duchess Bringer is because of the dragon blood, right? An almost limitless source of magic power. The heart of magic left behind by the last dragon. That's what dragon blood is. The prophecy of annihilation is just a secondary reason. The imperial family attacked the Bringer Duchy and tried to kill Duchess Bringer to steal it. Lark silently nodded in agreement, and I added, let's assume you kill Duchess Bringer and present the dragon blood to the imperial family. What if Fernandez truly rebels and, in the process, gets his hands on this dragon blood? Fernandez is a very competent magician. If he acquires the dragon blood, the situation becomes irreparable. Lark was already half convinced by my words. I smoothly concluded, so, I'll detain Duchess Bringer here on the southern front. Better to have this fearsome dragon lady under surveillance in the southern front fighting against monsters than to let her escape and scheme somewhere unknown. It's far more assured and safe from a management perspective, right? While I keep Duchess Bringer safely detained here, you return to the imperial capital and verify the truth of the documents I gave you. How does that sound? As I said earlier, if it turns out to be false, come back and happily capture both me and the Duchess. It's that simple. Of course, that wouldn't happen, because Fernandez's rebellion is real. Fernandez has expedited his rebellion. In that case, to align with the game and tempo I've experienced before, Lark, who stands against Fernandez, must also expedite his countermeasures against that rebellion. It's an inevitable family feud after all. Now, let's accelerate it. The bloody civil war among members of the imperial family. To exploit everything available for my benefit. Chapter 303. My meeting with Lark had drawn to a close as dawn approached. As commanders of the western and southern fronts, we had our heated arguments but eventually came to moderate agreements. But in the end, our conversation always came back to one personal topic: our brotherhood. Never forget, we are brothers. Lark stared at me intently before nodding. That's why I want to trust you. Feel free to trust me, brother. With a slight smile, Lark added, and I want to trust Fernandez as well. No matter how much I earnestly warned him about potentially going head-to-head with Fernandez, it was like talking to a wall. You two are both my precious siblings. I don't want the guardians of our empire, us, to be divided and at odds. With a stern face, but seemingly resolute, Lark continued, if you genuinely wish for Duchess Bringar's survival, I'll turn a blind eye. And if Fernandez wants the throne, I'll gladly step aside. I was left speechless by his declaration. Was he going this far just to keep the familial bond intact? This elder brother of mine. All I wish, Ash, my brother, is for us siblings to live in harmony and love. That's all I hope for, Lark said, pushing his white hair back. I responded with a warm smile. Me too, brother. Though it felt like an obligatory response, it was needed for family. Hopefully misunderstandings are cleared, and once again, as siblings, as guardians, we can peacefully share our thoughts and decisions. But that won't happen. The imperial capital will be engulfed in the flames of a civil war, and the empire will be split in two. There's no going back to the days when the four of us held guardians meetings. However, much like when someone says, let's grab a meal, more as a way to check in rather than a genuine invitation, I simply conveyed my wish. Lark, sensing the sentiment, smiled bitterly, stood up, and donned his hood. Until next time, little brother. He left, this time with a gentler embrace. Lark strode away from my mansion with long strides. Without venturing too far, I watched his retreating figure from the entrance of my mansion. Given his height and stride, he quickly became distant. Is he gone? After Lark was completely out of sight, Duskbringer peeked her head from the roof of the mansion. Is he really gone? Lark, without drawing his sword, without causing an earthquake or uprooting buildings, just a little chat and he quietly left. Duskbringer looked down at me, disbelief evident on her face. I shrugged. Brotherly love is quite special to him. I'm dear to him, and so is Fernandez. He had no choice but to rush to the imperial capital right now. The change of direction, given the magnitude of the crisis, came unexpectedly easily. My meeting with Lark had come to a close more conveniently, thanks to his timely rebellion. Thud. Following Duskbringer on the rooftop, her knights descended one by one. From the storage area in the backyard of my mansion, my heroic characters under my command had also gathered swiftly. I clicked my tongue. I didn't even call for them, and they're all battle-ready. When such a powerful figure openly displays his might in front of you, do you think your subordinates could just stand by? It seemed everyone was preparing to jump in should I face any danger. All of my party members looked drenched in cold sweat. Observing these subordinates who resembled wet puppies, I chuckled softly. With his immense strength, clearly beyond human bounds, Lark had exerted a pressure that was more intense than most boss monsters in the game. All of them had clearly felt the tension. I playfully patted them on their backs. The crisis is over. Go get some rest. They returned to their quarters with weary faces. By the way, what exactly did you discuss with Lark to make him retreat? With her dragon-like eyes, after confirming Lark had left through the southern gate to the crossroad, Duskbringer questioned me. I briefly explained. Fernandez would instigate a rebellion, and Lark was heading to the imperial capital to stop it. A rebellion? So, issues like the rebels or the Southern Front are mere trifles in the face of such a grand event. Duskbringer acknowledged, rolling her eyes. Ash, do you know that every descendant of the imperial family receives a divine prophecy? She suddenly broached a new topic. A divine prophecy? It was entirely unfamiliar to me, so I furrowed my brows. The guardian tree of the Empire, Everblack, serves as a magical beacon that can foresee the future. She referred to the dark thorny tree, frozen alongside the Emperor in the deepest part of the Imperial Palace, the very tree after which the Empire was named. The fate of the direct descendants of the Imperial family is intertwined with the future of the Empire. Thus, princes receive a prophecy even before they're born. Given that Duskbringer was a Duchess of Bringer, which was once friendly with the Empire, she was well versed in the customs of the Empire. This prophecy determines their middle name. I see. I had wondered about the origins of the middle names of the imperial family, so it came from predictions made by that blackthorn tree. I was also present at that prophecy ceremony. At Emperor Traha's request, I gazed into the future of Everblack with him. She casually mentioned Emperor Traha Peacemaker Everblack. It seemed that, before their countries grew apart, they had a cordial relationship. After all, considering age and rank, Duskbringer held a higher position. To the Emperor, she could be like a distant aunt. Anyway, what was the future you saw? Traha saw 3 sons as his successors. I was genuinely surprised. I had assumed such a future prophecy would be as vague as weather forecasting, but it was spot on, right down to the number of children. The first son's personality was predicted to be too warm-hearted and generous, leading him to face hardships, while the second son's nature was foreseen as too cold, causing problems. Everblack had prophesied. Wow, that's some impressive accuracy. If that thorn tree was a fortune-teller in Korea, it would have made a fortune. Duskbringer chuckled lightly. That's why Traha named his 2 sons in opposition to the prophecy. Huh. Exactly that. He gave them middle names opposite to their prophecies. To the warm-hearted Lark, he gave the name Avalanche, and to the cold-natured Fernandez, he assigned Emberkeeper. Perhaps in hopes of them compromising and balancing each other's inherent destinies. I sighed heavily, amazed. That's intriguing. Though I'm not a fatalist, such stories always fascinated me. So, in reality, Lark is Emberkeeper and Fernandez is Avalanche? Well, the middle name is at the Emperor's discretion after all. Duskbringer folded her arms and let out a light sigh. As I hear of Lark and Fernandez, I'm reminded of an event from decades ago. A sudden chill ran down my neck. Winter was approaching. Perhaps it would snow soon. After hearing the story of their middle names, I had such a thought. So, the upcoming winter storm, the avalanche that would befall this empire, would it be Lark or Fernandez, who truly embodies this winter's spirit? Duchess? I timidly approached Duskbringer, poking her side with my elbow. What prophecy did the 3rd child, like me, receive? Ha! I'm curious about the fate that led to my middle name. Born Hater? What horrific prophecy had been seen that this adorable youngest child received such a name? Curiosity had me poking her side, but Duskbringer diverted the topic with a cough. I can't remember. What? How is that possible? You remember the other 2, but not me? To be fair, Lark and Fernandez are considered geniuses in the history of the Everblack royal family. You, on the other hand, have been a bit of a troublemaker since you were young. Compared to your brothers, you weren't as noteworthy. Duskbringer pointedly remarked on my mischievous, rogue-like upbringing. Seeing my hurt expression, she cleared her throat again, looking slightly awkward. So, it seems I've forgotten. Please understand. That's just mean, leaving me in suspense. As I grumbled, another question popped into my mind. Moving to Duskbringer's other side, I poked her opposite side with my elbow, making her jump. Stop that. Just ask verbally. Why the constant poking? It's just a friendly gesture. Anyway, I've been wondering. It had been on my mind from the start. Why is your grace named Duskbringer? How could a person's name be Duskbringer? I wasn't mocking. I genuinely wanted to know. The young duchess before me bore the same name as one of her distant ancestors. It was the name of the legendary Red Dragon, the guardian dragon of the Empire and the last fire dragon. Hundreds of years ago, this dragon married an emperor of the Empire and birthed the first Duke of Bringer. This dragon's name was none other than Duskbringer. She was the same dragon who stopped the world-turning serpent Jormungand and protected the Empire. Duskbringer had inherited that very name. For what reason? Was it like being named Jupiter Jr.? At this, Duskbringer only looked up at me. Why was she looking at me like that? Had I asked something offensive? Ash, you've earned the right. Excuse me? The right? What was she talking about? We were discussing names. You've taken in my followers and, as promised, you've successfully fended off Lark and his pursuit troops. Rejected by all other alliances and abandoned by the world, you welcomed us. You've already won my faith. Well, haha, thank you for your kind words. But why did the topic shift from a simple question about her name? However, it's not yet time. Excuse me? I want to observe a bit longer to decide if you truly deserve to know the meaning behind my name. Slowly removing her gaze from me, Duskbringer whispered softly. When the time is right, I will reveal the meaning of my name to you. Okay. I hadn't expected such a weighty response to a light-hearted question. Feeling a little awkward, I scratched the back of my head. Seems like names hold deep meanings in this part of the world. They inscribed destinies in middle names and bore names with meanings too profound to share. Now, enough about names. Duskbringer, back to her playful demeanor, grinned, showing off her sharp teeth. You did great today, Ash. I'll trust your word even more from now on. Seeing as Lark and the Imperial Army's 1st Division retreated without a fight, her biggest concern seemed to have been alleviated. She looked visibly relieved. I returned her smile. I'll keep a close watch on the Western Front and the Imperial capital's movements. You can relax and spend your winter here. Yes, thank you very much. With a smile, Duskbringer bowed slightly in gratitude, then led her knights out of the mansion. I watched her head north before turning my gaze westward. Lark had disappeared without a trace. The world was now in turmoil. All I could do was run desperately alongside a crumbling cliff. Heading to the refugee camp outside the North Gate, Duskbringer was deep in thought. In truth, she remembered very clearly the destined fate of the 3rd prince of the imperial family. The curse-like prophecy that the Black Evertree had spoken to the emperor. Your 3rd son will tear the empire to shreds and bring about its downfall. Yet, at the same time, your 3rd son will ensure the empire's prosperity for all eternity. Chapter 304. Your 3rd son will tear the empire to shreds and bring about its downfall. Yet, at the same time, your 3rd son will ensure the empire's prosperity for all eternity. The 3rd son of the imperial family had received these two conflicting prophecies: destruction and prosperity. Although the emperor tried to keep it a secret, whispers of the prophecy stealthily spread. The high officials of the empire paid no attention to the latter prophecy. Their focus was solely on the first, the child destined to ruin the empire. Thus, even before his birth, Ash became a target of curses and hatred. Numerous demands arose, advising against even conceiving a 3rd child, and the emperor himself considered heeding these warnings. After the birth of his second son, Fernandez, he ceased his marital duties with the empress. However, on the battlefield, the emperor met Dustia. He fell in love with her. Defying all political barriers, he crowned Dustia as the second empress. When she became pregnant, there were daily outcries from courtiers demanding the unborn child's life. But the emperor ignored them, staying steadfastly by his beloved's side for 10 months. And, against all odds, Ash was born. Holding his newborn for the first time, the emperor named his third son, Born Hater. From that moment, Ash's middle name was solidified. A child born amidst hatred, and a child destined to spread hatred. Yet, contrary to the grand prophecy, Ash was rather mediocre. He displayed no aptitude in arts or martial abilities. Instead, after his mother's death, he became immersed in indulgence, causing trouble and wasting his time. Public attention waned, and the prophecy was reduced to a laughable rumor. In a modern age driven by magical technology, people scoffed at the idea of ancient prophecies. The prophecy gradually faded into obscurity, or so it seemed. Duskbringer bit her lip. Ash was nothing like the rumors suggested. He was bold, meticulous, and had a profound charisma. It was as if his years of recklessness in the imperial capital were a ruse, a grand strategy to conceal his true nature. They say like father, like son. Truly, an ever-black is an ever-black. Entering the refugee camp outside the North Gate, Duskbringer was greeted with smiles from her followers. She surveyed their conditions as she moved to the center of the camp. So, Ash, if the prophecy of that dark thorn tree, ever-black, was true, how do you plan to destroy the empire and then bring it to prosperity? She couldn't even begin to guess. Yet she had a strong premonition that her destiny was deeply intertwined with this youngest prince. Perhaps you will be the one to reveal the meaning of my name, Ash. Throughout her life spanning over 120 years, she sensed the twilight or dusk that would soon mark its end. Duskbringer felt it. With a flawless, youthful hand, she clutched her chest, as if grasping her own aged and tarnished soul. A few days later, the first Imperial army, stationed to the west of Crossroad, was observed moving. Some headed west while others went north. After they had completely left the Crossroad zone, I decided to enter the dungeon, leading a massive group of playable hero character parties. Whether Lark and Fernandez have a showdown is one thing, I thought. I need to do what I'm supposed to, preparing for the next stage and the stage after that. Regardless of how the world moves, my goal ultimately concludes in a battle with the monsters here. And the purpose of this free exploration was to reach level 50. It was for my third-class change. Even in the main party, I was the only one who hadn't awakened, and compared to other party leaders, my level was notably lower. It was about time I paid attention. I feel mostly healed now. My fever had subsided and I felt refreshed. I was definitely ready for battle. Are you sure you're okay, my lord? Lucas asked. Just rest, senior. We'll clear the dungeon for you. Evangeline interjected. Since you've rested now, maybe you should consider not going into the battlefield in the future, Your Highness, Junior suggested. That's right, Prince. We had a manpower shortage before, but now we have enough forces. Damien chimed in. Everyone seemed to wish for me to stay back and relax. Heh. However, you think I'm going to step back? I'm not done yet, you fools. Without me, you lot would struggle. Without my attributes, passive skill buffs, and strategic commands, you'd face challenges. Ignoring their pleas, I stood in front of the teleport gate, and all 4 members of the main party sighed heavily, their heads shaking. I get they're worried, but I have to reach level 52. I swiftly entered the teleport gate. Flash. Now loading. Tip. Raid parties become more powerful as the number of members increases, but detailed control becomes difficult. Adjust your party's composition depending on the dungeon and stage situation. Upon arriving at the base camp, the Penal Squad and Shadow Squad were waiting. Hey, Your Highness! Kuolin, with his blazing red mane in its beastly form, casually greeted, raising his hand. Have you arrived, Your Highness? Godhand greeted with a polite bow. I chuckled, observing their condition. Yep, I've arrived. Everything ready for the expedition. We're ready to go any time, Kulin responded. We're prepared as well, Godhand added. Flash, flash. Party members continued to arrive through the teleport gate behind me. Watching this, Kulin groaned. The scale, it's grown considerably. Hearing that, I looked back. In front of the teleport gate, a total of 4 parties had assembled. The main party of 5, Penal Squad of 5, Shadow Squad of 3, with the addition of Lily and Margarita making 5. Lastly, the newly joined Duskbringer and her 4-Night Squad. In total, 20 members. For full parties. It's like we're preparing for a war, huh? Well, something similar, I responded. Some dungeons require large party formations. Today's aim was to explore such a dungeon. Wow, wow! To think that such a dungeon still exists in this day and age. Upon her first entrance into the dungeon, Duskbringer had opened her mouth slightly, scanning the surroundings with wonder. Approaching the awestruck Duskbringer, I asked, "Have you ever played in a dungeon before, Duchess?" "Ha ha! Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm the Dragon King of the Evening Glow, Duskbringer. Dungeons, rare items, labyrinths. All these places suit a dragon. I feel a sense of comfort, as if I've returned to my homeland. Aren't you supposed to be in the Principality's office or something?" Duskbringer, laughing heartily, hurried inside the base camp to explore. Meanwhile, someone was shivering as he watched Duskbringer's cheerful figure. It was Godhand. "Are you okay, Godhand?" "Why yes, I'm fine." I approached and inquired, and Godhand replied with a pale face. "It's just remembering the torment I suffered at her hands." Right? It was Godhand who delivered my letter to Duskbringer. He had a rough time back then. It was really tough. After torturing me for information, she did heal me. But, to be honest, it's not a pleasant memory.
I'm sorry, Dude.
But, sire, thanks to you, we've gained a powerful ally in the monster frontline. Despite Godhand's understanding, both Bodybag and Burnout were still visibly shaken. They seemed traumatized by their previous encounters with Duskbringer. I get it from Duskbringer's perspective. These 3 are from the Aegis Special Forces, implicated in an assassination that could have started a war. But they're also my most trusted allies. As I brooded over this, Lily approached in her wheelchair, holding Godhand's hand. "I'll protect you, Godhand. No matter who we're up against, we'll fend them off together." Lily. This inseparable duo exchanged syrupy sweet looks. There they go again. These 2 lovebirds are just too much sometimes. Ignoring the overly affectionate couple, I headed into the base camp. I had some business here too. "Ah, Ash. It's been a while." Greeting me with a bright smile was Verdandi, the leader of the Holy Grail Seekers. I returned the smile. "Verdandi, have you been? Are your teammates all recovered?" "Yes, thanks to the continuous supply of food you've been sending. Especially the sunflower seeds. Everyone's doing much better. Even though I couldn't move much, I had kept sending them supplies, including sunflower seeds. Perhaps because of that, Verdandi's formerly pallid cheeks now bore a healthy color. A few days ago, we even went on a light exploration. We've pretty much fully recovered now. That's good to hear, but still be careful out there. Wow. Oh, but we've finally found a trace during our exploration. We've pinpointed the location of the Holy Grail dash. Verdandi's voice trailed off, her face growing serious. Huh? Why's that? Huh? What dash? With a ghastly expression, Verdandi, trembling, pointed at Duskbringer, who was busy examining the base camp. "The Dragon King of the Evening Glow? Why are you here?" At that, Duskbringer, turning her gaze to Verdandi, showed a hint of recognition. "Wait, isn't that?" "Ah, wait, hold on." Frantically, Verdandi waved her hands, as if urging Duskbringer to stop speaking. But Duskbringer blurted out without hesitation. The pure second daughter of the World Tree, the rightful heir of the fairy kingdom, Verdandi, isn't it? I thought you died after disappearing at the end of the war 100 years ago, searching for the Holy Grail. I never expected to reunite in such a place. Though we were enemies once, it's a pleasure to meet a long-lived species in this short-lived world. How have you been, heir of the fairy kingdom? Verdandi was visibly stunned. So were Godhand and the other elves, who had been quietly watching the exchange from a distance. Huh? What's wrong? Oh! Realizing her blunder, Duskbringer quickly covered her mouth and darted her eyes around, asking hesitantly, "Was that supposed to be a secret?" I chuckled softly. Well, I knew about it because ID played the game. Verdandi had always wanted to keep it a secret. I gave a wry smile. This is why. Tears glistened in Verdandis' green eyes, filled with resentment, as she pointed accusingly at Duskbringer, shouting, "This is why I hate dragons." All the other elves nodded in fierce agreement. Crossing her arms, Duskbringer sighed deeply and lowered her head. "Rebels, you pointed-eared traitors, you think I like you?" Watching the bickering dragon and elves, I pondered to myself. But really, are there any races in this fantasy world that actually get along? Chapter 305. The children of the World Tree, known as the Fairy Royal Family, are said to have had 3 princesses in the current generation. The eldest, Ord. The second, Verdandi. The youngest, Skuld. Princesses named after the 3 goddesses of fate, representing the past, present, and future. Of them, the eldest princess Ord ascended to the throne. However, she fell in battle 100 years ago during the racial war when the allied races retreated against humans. After that, the throne should have naturally passed to Verdandi, but she had already embarked on her quest for the Holy Grail under Ord's orders. Now, in the Elven Autonomous District, leading the enslaved elves is the youngest Skuld, who holds the throne in name only. Verdandi must be a key part of the Fallen King's plan, intending to gather the scattered races from various parts of the continent to the southern front. In the long run, Verdandi, who will establish a connection with the Elven Kingdom, was an important client to me. I intended to stay silent until she revealed her intentions, but Duskbringer spoiled everything. You were at the forefront of burning our kingdom during the war 100 years ago, weren't you? Why are you acting so friendly now? As Verdandi sharply yelled, I apologize for that time. I had no ill feelings towards you, but when the Emperor orders, I must follow. With an insincere tone, Duskbringer perked up his ears. After all, aren't we all now under Ash, merely as guests? Let's get along. Who said I was a guest? As Verdandi retorted sharply, I looked at her with a hurt expression. Really? No. You gave me sunflower seeds, food, and took care of many things. On second thought, I am indeed in a guest-like situation. Verdandis' eyes trembled in confusion. I smiled inwardly. Yes, I fed her after all. She'll be under my command eventually. It's okay, Verdandi. I don't care about your status. Though I've been really curious from the start. I showed a genuine smile. We became friends, right? Ash. Verdandi, moved, tightly held my hand. Yep, you're mine. So, the dragon and the elf were arguing, and as a human caught in between, I was looking for an angle to benefit. Hey, young prince, why are you here now? From the base camp center, a familiar dwarf popped out. It was the master blacksmith Kelly. Covered in soot, Kelly shouted urgently with a sweat-drenched face. Come here quickly. The device you gave me is broken. What? The equipment is messed up? Before I could react. Really? Again? Duskbringer stepped forward with a pleased expression towards Kelly. Who's this now? Kelly. What? Golden Branch Mining Team's youngest, right? Why are you here? Recognizing Duskbringer, a shocked Kelly yelled. This damn Duskbringer? Why is this dragon old bastard here? Hey, that's harsh. Calling me an old bastard. By that measure, aren't you a super old-timer since you're older than me? Duskbringer grumbled and lightly tapped her silver crown. I owe a lot to your two older brothers. This crown was even forged by them when I ascended. So where are they? I'd like to greet them. With a sigh, Kelly Bay reluctantly answered. They're dead. What? While searching for the golden branch in the deep darkness of this place, they were killed by a monster. Kellybay's brothers were killed by the vampire Lord Celendian. That's one reason why Kelly Bay liked me, since I killed Celendian. Sorry about that. Duskbringer awkwardly apologized, scratching the back of her head. You seem particularly oblivious today. She was the target of everyone's piercing gaze. But, with brazenness befitting her age, Duskbringer casually brushed it off and whispered to me. This is quite interesting, Ash. Ha! All the fugitives seem to be hiding here on the southern front, from elves to dwarves and now beastmen. After glancing at the beastmen of the penal squad in the distance, Duskbringer smirked. If we have merfolk too, would have all four major races in one camp. We do. We have merfolk. Thoughts of Serenade with her water-hued hair flashed in my mind. Was she working hard in Crossroad right now? Then, Duskbringer began murmuring to herself. Gathering every race in one place? Does that mean I can gather the guardian trees of every race too? Perhaps coming to you was inevitable. What are you talking about? If you keep having these monologues that only make sense to you, huh? If this were a mystery novel, you'd have been killed by the culprit already. I quickly distanced myself from Duskbringer, who began to mumble incomprehensibly. I've got enough on my plate without trying to understand your cryptic breadcrumbs. Of all the weirdos you could recruit, now there's a mischievous dragon too. As I approached Kelly Bay, he let out a sigh and gave me a side eye. You sure have a distasteful bunch, kid. Or should I say, good taste in comrades. Ha ha. I responded with a neutral laugh. I'm gonna keep on recruiting even weirder folks, so brace yourself. Anyway, come on. The equipment you entrusted is on the brink of destruction. We rushed to Kellybay's magical blacksmith shop. It looked like the forge was in full swing, with strange colored flames bursting from the furnace, radiating intense heat. What a mess this has become. Damn it. What Kelly Bay was currently working on was Evangeline's personal equipment. The Cross-family spear and Cross-family's shield. I thought it was just a matter of supplying materials and upgrading, but something went wrong, as the equipment was still in this state well past its deadline. Clang, clang, clang dash. Kelly Bay, with a welding mask flipped up, desperately tried to control the magical flames, striking the equipment hard. He then quickly glanced at me. Can you see the state of your equipment? Even though I was completely ignorant about blacksmithing, seeing the surface of the spear and shield turning pitch black and writhing like tentacles, it was clear something had gone wrong. Splat. One of the tentacles splashed a dark liquid, narrowly missing my face. Eek! I screamed and clutched my head. What on earth did you do? It was just supposed to be a simple upgrade. I tried to improve it, but I went a bit overboard. It was fine until a few hours ago, but something went wrong during the additional enchantment process. This is going to ruin everything. Does it look that bad to me? It's just erupting everywhere. A lot. Damn. Forget it. You were going to enter a dungeon today anyway. Right? Kelly Bay started scribbling something on a piece of paper on his workshop table. Once done, he tossed the note at me. Hurry up and fetch the materials. Unless you want to see this precious equipment go up in smoke. Emergency equipment repair quest. An urgent quest popped up. Materials that could only be found in the deepest parts of the dungeon. A ridiculously large quantity was needed, and the remaining time, oh shit, only 6 hours? With a rush, I gripped the list Kelly Bay handed me and sprinted to my party members. Seeing this, Evangeline, with twinkling eyes, eagerly jumped forward. Senior, my equipment, is it being crafted properly? I've been really looking forward to it. I'm curious about how our family heirloom will be upgraded. Cold sweat poured down my back, drenching my shirt. Visions of Evangeline's spear and shield, writhing like octopus tentacles, flashed in my mind. If I handed over such equipment as her personal set, staring into Evangeline's innocently sparkling green eyes, I was certain. Rebellion's on the horizon. With 2 consecutive disappointments involving her golem armor and bone armor, her equipment satisfaction had already plummeted. If I presented the family's ancestral spear and shield in this tentacle-ridden state, all hell would break loose. She might even try to kill me. Gently, I grabbed Evangeline's shoulders and offered a reassuring smile. Your equipment is turning out fantastic. I'm sure you'll love it. Just wait a little longer. Wow! Evangeline beamed brilliantly. It was the most beautiful smile I'd seen in a while. Damn, I'm in too deep now. All right, let's get going. Let's head in. I urgently assembled all the party members. In the process, I also dragged Verdandi along by the arm. Having been intending to watch from afar, Verdandi followed with a puzzled expression. Ash? Verdandi, I'm in deep trouble right now. I need your help. Can you bring your colleagues? After surveying the area for more recruits, it seemed the available members were all present. Including Verdandis Holy Grail Seekers, we had 5 parties. A total of 25 members. It was the largest dungeon raid team to date. Gathering them, I announced, "We have 6 hours. We need to gather all the materials listed here within that time." Upon hearing the materials and quantities, the party members' faces turned pale. Don't give me that look, guys. If you don't want to see the Lord perish, help me out. Today's dungeon concept is hunt and loot, an age-old gaming term. Hunt and loot. When you need to grind for item drops, nothing beats this. Attack every monster you see, loot them, and raid treasure chests. It's a blitz. We strike like lightning, loot, and get out. It might not have been the original intention of a blitz, but who cares? Most of the parties were already familiar with the dungeon, and with Duskbringer and the Knights having excellent stats, even the first-timers would do fine. We don't have time. Let's roll. Upon my shout, the party members, not quite understanding the full picture, hastily followed me into the dungeon. The monster of the season was the iconic fantasy world creature, the troll. Known for its high regeneration and sturdy physique, it's a typical tank monster. If you don't take them down in one shot, they can be quite a hassle due to their ability to heal quickly. However, wipe them all out. That's only if your firepower is lacking. Smack, smack, boom. Under the storm of swords, magic, arrows, and more, the horde of trolls fell without even having the chance to scream. The enemy isn't falling easily? Then perhaps we should check if we're lacking in numbers on our end. The force of the 25-member dungeon raid team was terrifying. Moreover, each of the parties was elite, so the pace was insanely fast. It took us 5 minutes to carve a path to the boss room after entering the dungeon, and just 3 minutes to defeat the boss. After raiding a few places like this, it felt wasteful to have everyone enter the same dungeon. The space was limited, and our firepower was overwhelming, resulting in constant overkills. Hey, I'll assign each of you a dungeon. Rotate through them. So, I divided the 5 parties into 5 different dungeons. Each party diligently cleared one dungeon at a time. After tirelessly raiding and raiding and raiding, we've cleaned them all out. In no time, all the dungeons in the 6th sector were drained dry. As for the materials, they were still insufficient. I shivered as I reviewed the slightly short quantities. Time was ticking. Behind me, Evangeline leaned in close, casting a round-eyed glance and whispered, "Senior, you aren't hiding something from me, are you?" "No, hell no. Have you ever seen me lie to you?" "Right? I knew it." Evangeline smirked slyly. Did she catch on? Save me, damn it. Regroup. With my desperate bellow, our 5 parties reconvened in front of the last remaining dungeon in the 6th sector. After a brief rest and healing minor injuries, We entered the largest and most perilous place in the 6th sector. The massive dungeon. We entered the research lab. I will gather all the materials and return no matter what. To prevent the future where Evangeline stabs me in the back.
No, no.
To safeguard our precious comrades' equipment. Chapter 306. In the 6th zone of the Lake Kingdom's dungeon, Research Lab. Fully named Magical Research Lab, it was one of the largest dungeons deep within Lake Kingdom. Hehehe. Atop the grand facility of this lab, a woman, perched on the rooftop, revealed a sinister grin. One of the Nightmare Legion's commanders, the leader of the Unholy Legion. She was the succubus Queen Salome. Salome watched as Ash and his team approached. Her captivating lips curved into a clear line. I've been waiting for the day to see you again, Ash. After being thoroughly defeated by Ash previously, Salome reorganized her legion and waited for Ash's return. Predicting that Ash would someday come to this research lab dungeon, the largest in the 6th zone, she nested here, laying various traps. And after a long wait, Ash finally arrived. This time, it'll definitely make you submit. The malevolent smile on Salome's lips grew increasingly wicked. And once I've captured you, like this and like that, hey. Oh! Blushing while lost in her fantasies, Salome quickly snapped back to reality. Her underling succubi stared intently at her. Ahem, aha! Regaining her dignity with a forced cough, she signaled with her hand, and her succubi flew to her, presenting a full-length mirror. Salome adjusted her alluring pink hair, added decorations to the horns on her forehead, and tied a ribbon on her swaying tail. She even changed out of her usual ragged monk's outfit into a new one. Her clinging succubi then applied makeup to her face. Salome gazed at her reflection, twisting and turning her body. How do I look? Do I look good? This should work, right? While she could seduce anyone in the dream world, Ash was immune to any mental disturbances. Though not a typical succubi method, she needed to lure him with her physical charms. Salome, seeking validation, received approving nods and thumbs up from her succubi. She grinned broadly and raised her fist triumphantly. It's time for revenge, Ash. Prepare for a fiery defeat. Watching Ash's face as he entered the dungeon, Salome smiled confidently.
Jure mine.
Cut the crap and buzz off. Aya! In the large hall of the 6th Zone Dungeon Research Lab, I punched with all my might, striking Salome's jaw. She shrieked and tumbled around on the ground. It's you again, Salome? Relaxing my fist, I gritted my teeth. Of all the Nightmare Legion commanders, she was probably the least threatening. Holding her jaw and blinking, Salome's eyes lit up. Oh, you remember me?
I'm so happy.
Why are you even happy about that? I looked around, rolling my eyes. The hall was filled with the bodies of defeated trolls. However, unlike the ordinary troll legions we faced, these had a distinctive faint pink aura emanating from them. The remaining standing trolls also emitted this pink aura. I sighed. You might act like a fool, but you're not completely brainless, are you? My passive skill, Unyielding Commander, nullified all mental disturbances. It even covered a radius of several meters around me. I could single-handedly counter the entire Unholy Legion. And then, these fiends changed their tactics. Instead of targeting me and my party members, they enchanted what could be considered their allies, the Troll Legion. Enchanting allies, forcefully casting a frenzy spell on them, and squeezing out every last bit of their life force to make them fight. Interesting use of enchantment. I've learned something new. Hee, that's a compliment, right? You're complimenting me now. Yeah, great job. Now die here. I drew my staff, Maestro, and unleashed a barrage of magical blades. Kai-ah! Salome scrambled on the ground, desperately dodging my onslaught. Just die and make things easier for both of us, will ya? Ha! That's so mean. Salome, using the enchanted ally trolls as meat shields against my attacks, yelled in frustration. There are too many of you. On our side, there were 25. 5 full parties. Whether she enchanted trolls or laid traps, she was no match in sheer power. Salome's prepared troops were being torn to shreds before us. And you're too strong. Such brutal violence is too harsh for a delicate succubus like me. So, what did you plan on doing with me? Ha! After subduing us with your troops, what was your plan for me? You were going to kill us brutally, right? That was the implication of my question. Salome, who blinked in confusion at my query, scratched the back of her head shyly. Well, of course, I'd wrap you up gently without a scratch and take you to my lair. Kidnap me to your lair? And then, naturally, you'd spend heavenly, blissful, luxurious time with me, the succubus queen Salome, offering you a happiness you couldn't experience on such a brutal battlefield. Oh, but of course you'd remain tied up. It didn't make much sense to me. Kidnap and mentally torture? A truly vile idea, fitting for an evil Nightmare Legion commander. Evangeline, who had been listening, whistled. Wow, restraint, kidnapping, and confinement? True Nightmare Legion commander material. Pretty hardcore play, isn't it? Minors should cover their ears. Then, on the other side, Lily, who had been listening, quickly covered Godhand's ears. Godhand, what were you thinking while glancing at me just now? I wasn't thinking anything. Both of you, cover your ears. Ignoring the annoying couple, I took a deep breath, put my magic staff into my robe, and approached Salome with large strides. Salome paled and spread her arms wide. Have you finally accepted my offer, Ash? That's it. Good boy. Now, join me in a sweet dream. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as I approached, I drew my gun-type magic gun, agate, and fired 3 shots into Salome's stomach. Kaiawea. Thanks to Agate's unique knockback effect during close-range firing, Salome was sent flying backward. This new weapon's effect is great. Just die already. I'm super busy. We're in the middle of a time attack, you see. Gritting my teeth, I checked the emergency equipment repair quest window. Thanks to this damn Nightmare Legion commander's persistent interference, our time was quickly depleting. She should have been near death, given my 3 shots and the typically low HP of the succubi. But Salome, clutching her stomach, laughed weakly with a pale face. You're the first man to treat me this coldly, Ash. First slapping me and now shooting me in the stomach. Really? You're the first monster I've met that talks this much. I get chills down my spine. Yes, this is the feeling. The love the Supreme King talked about? Shut it, please, Dash. I drew out my staff once more to finish off Salome, unleashing a barrage of magical blades. She was an annoyingly chatty opponent, but if I could easily defeat one Nightmare Legion commander like this, it was a win. Wham! Wham dash! But then, another troll inserted itself between Salome and me. Simultaneously, the remaining alive trolls rushed in, forming a human shield around Salome. Damn it, everyone, unleash your firepower. Upon my command, my party members launched a full assault. Once the meat shield trolls were all down, succubi and incubi, emerging from within the trolls, tried to block the onslaught but were instantly wiped out. Amidst it all, Salome, with a few of her minions, began to fade, turning translucent and merging with the air. Well, meet again, Ash. Next time, I'll surely seduce you. Sure, game. But don't run away. Just come here. I'll hit you only 3 more times. Then let's hang out. Hey, don't run. Hey! But Salome disappeared, leaving behind a battlefield littered with the corpses of trolls and the Nightmare Legion. She had actually fled. Damien lowered his targeting magic gun, his eyes wide. She vanished, like she moved to another dimension. It's the succubi's escape skill, reality escape. Given it causes the user to disappear from reality, even with Damien's farsight, sniping would be impossible. Such a potent escape comes at a high cost. Salome must have paid a significant price to use it. Damien tilted his head, furrowing his brows. She felt different from other Nightmare Legion commanders we've encountered. How so? The others radiate clear hostility. They seethe with intense malice, as if denying our very existence. But she didn't have that. Damien, cradling his gun, looked up at me and added, "And she's incredibly weak." Well, matchup issues played a huge role. Without my passive skill, the Unholy Legion would have been one of the most formidable of all monster legions. However, my passive made them more of a pushover. They're the least threatening of the Nightmare Legion commanders, but they're like annoying summer flies, sticking everywhere. I sighed softly. I expected frequent encounters with Nightmare Legion commanders, but the nonchalance of their appearance was still unsettling. We managed to win easily this time because they were the relatively weak Unholy Legion. If we had encountered another Nightmare Legion commander, it would have been dangerous. But the real threat now was the remaining time on the urgent quest. There was less than 30 minutes left. Watching the ticking clock made my mouth dry. Luckily, most of the dungeon's monsters had been lured out and enchanted by the Unholy, meaning I didn't have to hunt them down. Originally, this lab-like dungeon was vast, with various mechanisms in each room. But since the monsters had taken care of themselves, most traps had been disabled. In this sense, maybe the Unholy Legion actually saved us some time? Thank you so much. Next time we meet, I'll thank you properly by killing you, Salome. Leading my party members, we delved deeper into the research facility. As its name suggested, the dungeon's interior was unlike other areas, featuring bright and clean equipment. Inside the dungeon room, various unidentified materials and specimens floated in a green liquid. If there had been more time, I would have explored every nook and cranny for information. Sadly, I was in the midst of a time attack. Skipping non-essential rooms within the spacious dungeon, I pushed forward, obtaining the necessary keys and codes to access the next room. Emergency Equipment Repair Quest. Time remaining, 15 minutes. The urgency was palpable. Finally, I was able to enter the boss room, Kugagung. Upon entering the deepest part of the laboratory's boss room, I saw a large contraption with a geometric design. It was an alchemical device intricately intertwined in motion. Those damned nameless traitors. In front of the device stood a massive troll in a lab coat, grinding its teeth as it turned around. Having leached under the protection of the Lake Kingdom, you should be grateful to be used as research material for dark magic here. Wow, a troll wearing glasses. Wait a moment. Is this some kind of racism? You think you can ride the chaos outside and cause a riot as mere test subjects? Ha! Don't make me laugh. Not a single one of you will escape. I'll throw you all into this device. As I watched the eloquently speaking boss monster, a thought occurred to me. During my dungeon exploration, I encountered monsters that spoke like Lake Kingdom citizens. Become fertilizer for the future of humanity. You traitorous bastards. Were these people's souls intact, with only their physical bodies transformed into monsters? Or was it a monster that devoured a person's soul, reading their memories, mimicking human voices, merely imitating human speech? Lab Boss Room. Defeat the boss. LV.45 Troll Sorcerer. Dark Magic Lab Director Durandahi. Durandahi, the director of the Dark Magic Lab. A rare mage-type boss monster. As the creature raised its staff, magic surged, resonating with the magical apparatus behind him. Lucas, with his sword raised, in the front lines urgently shouted, "My lord, give us the tactical directive." I nodded, voicing a strategy one had considered earlier. Duruchijai. At my words, the party members tilted their heads in confusion. Duru? Chigi? What do you mean, my lord? It's a very traditional and prestigious pork stir-fry recipe. No, I mean it's the strategy for a big boss. Duruchijai. Going around and smacking the shit out of everything. In other words, swarm. With our sheer numbers, high levels, and above all, the ticking clock, what's the need for a strategy? Just everyone attack full force dash. Chapter 307. Originally, this boss monster had various gimmicks. It was equipped with the alchemical apparatus in the boss room, ready to amplify magic or summon test subjects. But there was no time and no reason to hold back. We unleashed our firepower all at once, and the overwhelming onslaught made short work of the boss monster. Damage dealers really are the best. I nodded in agreement as I observed the boss's emptied HP bar and its pitiful fallen form. At that moment, Junior, standing next to me, murmured with disappointment. I thought I could finally show off my skills after so long. She had seemingly hoped to showcase her talents against a high-level mage. Though watching a magic duel between high-level wizards might have been interesting, I can't stress enough. We were on a time attack. There wasn't time for that. With the lives of the traitors, if this experiment succeeds, the fallen boss Monster Lab director Duranda murmured weakly, to present my thesis at the Magic Tower, to finally gain recognition, to synthesize a new guardian tree. Just hurry up and die. We need to loot and get out of here. Every second was precious. Without hesitation, I delivered the finishing blow. The troll sorcerer fell lifelessly. Ding! The dungeon clear notification appeared, and the treasure chest inside the boss room unlocked. Without even checking the loot, I hastily stashed everything into my inventory. There's not much time left. The timer for the emergency equipment repair quest now read 3 minutes. Fortunately, all the required materials were gathered. It was time to head back. Upon clearing the dungeon, a safe zone appeared, and a familiar teleport gate activated, opening a portal. As I was about to dash into it, Verdandi stopped me with urgency. Ash, there's something I must say. Huh? What? Make it quick. This dungeon. There are still monsters left and unexplored areas. Can our party explore a bit more? Verdandi and the Holy Grail Seekers looked at me earnestly with their request. You guys aren't even under my command. Why ask for permission? Just go for it. Or maybe you already feel like part of my crew. I waved my hand dismissively. Fine, only my party and I will return. The rest of you can help the Holy Grail Seekers explore the remaining areas. Okay? Verdanda's face lit up. Thank you, Ash. No problem. Let's go. I threw myself into the teleport gate. Only 1 minute left. Zap dash. The moment I emerged from the teleport gate at the base camp, I sprinted towards Kellybay's blacksmith shop. Kelly Bay. I'm back. Inside the forge was complete chaos, with dark tentacles sprawling everywhere. What the hell happened to the equipment? As Kelly Bay swung his hammer to beat back the tentacles, he looked at me with a gleam in his eye. Did you bring all the materials? Here you go, Dash. I threw him the bag of materials. Catching it effortlessly, he grinned mischievously. Perfect. Now, you tentacled freak, meet your doom. He spread out the materials I had brought, sprinkled various ingredients on his hammer, and proceeded to whack the tentacles one by one. A warning, perhaps. This is a scene of refining a weapon in a blacksmith's forge. Was probably necessary. How was this scene in any way related to equipment refining? Huh. Evangeline, who was watching the scene from behind me, asked in a creepy voice. Senior, those tentacle masses, they aren't my family's equipment, are they? No, no way. Why would that be the case? Am I sweating? Heh, right? That wouldn't happen. Hee hee. Evangeline, with her large green eyes twinkling, drew her bone spear and teasingly licked the blade with her tiny tongue. Just if that had happened, I might have been a bit disappointed with you, Senior. Yikes. Thankfully, Kellybay's emergency equipment repair was effective. Every time his hammer imbued with magical light struck, the writhing tentacles shrunk and melted back into the equipment. As the dark tentacle energy dissipated, the beautifully refined spear and shield emerged. What had been a faded, rusted, battle-damaged piece patched with metal plates was now returned to its original grandeur through Kellybay's craftsmanship. Its beautiful design was white with gold ornaments. Phew! Drenched in sweat, Kelly Bay sighed in relief as he set down his hammer, revealing the Cross family's spear and shield in pristine condition. After removing his welding mask and peeling off his gloves, Kelly Bay gestured to them. "It's done. Check it out." Evangeline, who a moment ago had a fierce look on her face, now appeared like a child receiving a Christmas present. Wide-eyed and slightly open-mouthed, she approached the table and gasped, "My God!" Gently tracing her fingers over the spear and shield, Kelly Bay let out a chuckle. "So, are you pleased? If that dwarf grandfather was 50 years younger, not bald, and without a beard, I would have given him a kiss. I'm that pleased." Kelly Bay furrowed his brow at me. Was that an insult just now? From her perspective, it seemed like a compliment. Fortunately, it looked like Evangeline was pleased. Her eyes sparkled as she carefully equipped herself with the items. "It's fascinating. It looks completely different, but the weight and balance feel the same. Of course, its essence remains unchanged. Everything else was upgraded. Embedded in the spear and shield were new red and blue gems. Evangeline inspected them with curiosity. What are these? Those were the tricky parts. As Kelly Bay sighed, the two gems emitted a magical light and, whoa! From each gem, a fairy with butterfly wings emerged. A startled Evangeline exclaimed, "Could it be elementals?" From the cavalry spear in her right hand, a fire elemental twirled around the conical blade. From the shield in her left, an ice elemental playfully slid down the metal surface. I blurted out in surprise, "Elemental weapons?" Elemental enchantments were among the top-tier options for all equipment enhancements. In the game, they were extremely rare drops. Kelly Bay, can you really add elementals to equipment on your own? Such a talented blacksmith. As I asked in excitement, Kelly Bay pointed to the side. It wasn't me. It was Hannibal's doing. Then, from the inner workshop, a burly boy cautiously stepped out. It was Hannibal, the N-grade mercenary I'd hired to assist Kelly Bay. Hannibal is an elemental mage. He can communicate with elementals. An elemental mage? I thought that was a lost profession from the past. It was a profession only known in the game lore, never one to hire. So, he had a hidden talent, and it was elemental magic. Seeing everyone's surprise, Hannibal bowed deeply. I am sorry. I thought infusing it with a spirit might make it a better piece of equipment. So I attempted the enchantment on my own, which led to this. According to Hannibal's explanation, Evangeline's equipment had such high potential that, in trying to improve it by infusing it with a spirit, the spirit went wild, leading to the black tentacle incident. So those wriggling tentacles from earlier were the same spirits? I stared at the fire and ice spirits that Evangeline was joyfully interacting with. I truly apologize. I won't overstep like this again. Hannibal, looking disheartened, sniffled. I crouched down in front of him and gently grabbed his shoulders. What are you saying, Hannibal? Thanks to you, we have this magnificent equipment. Why, Your Highness? It's okay to fail, so keep pushing forward and never give up. Elemental weapons are so valuable and precious. With you around, we can keep creating more. Never give up, Pipsqueak. Hannibal. Anyway, the finalized stats for Evangeline's personalized weapon were Cross Family Spear Revised Ifrit Edition, SSR, LV.75. Cross Family's Shield Revised Glacier Edition, SSR, LV.75. The revised indicated an upgrade. When affixed to personalized weapons, it signifies the weapon is functioning at its original performance. And the appended edition is an adjective exclusive to elemental weapons, indicating which elemental spirit is infused. The spear was imbued with the fire spirit, Ifrit, and the shield with the ice spirit, Glacier. At first, the spirits might be a bit rebellious, but as you become more accustomed to them, they'll become a significant power. As Hannibal finished speaking, Evangeline, while frolicking with the two elementals, found herself caught between the fiery and icy embraces, screaming, "Grow stronger, Evangeline! Moving on, the weapon's inherent features were Crossroad, Evangeline Cross exclusive trait, a trait developed from the accumulated deeds of the Cross family, known for slaying monsters and protecting people. Allows the user to perceive and move along the optimal path in any combat environment. When active, it continually consumes MP. This near-intuitive trait, Crossroad, originally drained Evangeline's magic power when active, but with the upgraded personalized equipment, it could remain constantly activated without consuming any magic power. Now, Evangeline would never be caught off guard and would always move optimally. Additionally, the special function booster was available. Thrust. Evangeline lunged with her spear, and from the guard of her cavalry spear, a blaze of magical fire surged backward. The spear, propelled at an incredible speed, suddenly came to a halt midair due to a counteracting blast of magical fire from the spear's tip. Evangeline exclaimed, "Wow, what's this? Awesome! I can control the acceleration and deceleration as I wish. Not just the spear but the shield too." She could accelerate or decelerate its movement by expelling a jet of magical fire in the desired direction. And on top of that, her tremendous stats. Until now, the most powerful equipment we acquired were known as Nightmare Slayers. Equipment forged from the power cores of the Nightmare Legion leaders. Damien's Black Queen, Junior's Lord of Crimson, and Kulin's Slayer of the Full Moonlight. The upgraded personalized equipment boasted performance on par with the Nightmare Slayers. It was essentially an endgame piece, and that said it all. Though the Black Queen is somewhat non-standard. But that's because the user is also non-standard. Regardless, all of them were endgame gear. After setting down her equipment, Evangeline, deep in thought, turned to Kelly Bay and Hannibal and asked, "Should I give you a kiss as a thank you?" A flustered Hannibal quickly hid behind Kelly Bay, who waved his hands dismissively. "No need, young lady. An old, bald dwarf with a beard doesn't need such gestures. If you feel like it, give your commander one." At that, Evangeline swiftly turned to me with open arms. "Great! I'm in the mood. Commander, come on. I'll just accept the thought. Just the thought. You know, opportunities like this don't come often. I'd decline even if given 3 chances, cheeky girl." Evangeline playfully puckered her lips and hummed. Shaking my head to ignore her antics, I signaled to Lucas. "Did you see that, Lucas? The power of upgraded personal gear. Next time, I'll repair your bequeathed sword, so make sure to bring it." Lucas responded with a wry smile and then slowly nodded. "Yes, my lord. I'll prepare it." I tilted my head. Why did he seem uneasy every time the bequeathed sword came up? It's one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in this game world once upgraded. Did he possibly lose it or trade it for something else? Chapter 308. Having received their equipment, Kelly Bay and Hannibal declared a week's vacation, refusing any further requests and departed. My main party and I decided to re-enter the dungeon to rendezvous with the other party members who were still exploring, aiming to finish our search. We used the teleport gate to return to the research lab dungeon, but guys were BA. Whoosh. Flames crackled and roared everywhere. What's happening? The research lab was already in ruins, with fires raging in various locations. About 20 other party members sat dazed and covered in ash in the safety zone. What the hell happened? A disheveled Verdandi, her usually shimmering green hair now a mess, approached me with a weary face. "Lord Ash, you're back." "Yes, Verdandi. What exactly happened? Let me explain from the beginning." She began with a defeated expression. "We had received information that the Holy Grail we were seeking was located in this research facility." "Ah, so that's why you volunteered to search." "Yes, it was the most promising lead we've had in the past 100 years. We were actively searching every corner when Verdandi presented a leaf, which, despite the surrounding inferno, radiated a refreshing green hue. It's a leaf from our world tree. This confirmed we were in the right place. The Holy Grail Seeker's mission was to revive the world tree, and the Grail was deeply connected to it. We were confident the Holy Grail was here. I see. But why was this place a blazing inferno? As we excitedly ventured further in, she shot a resentful glance to the side. Beside her, Duskbringer, attempting to act innocent, put her hands behind her head and casually whistled. That dragon suddenly unleashed a breath attack, destroying the research facility's structures. The resulting collapse and fire forced us to flee here. A dragon's breath? Like a beam from her mouth? She can do that? And why did she? Trying to justify herself, Duskbringer cut in. Well, there were trolls hiding. They ambushed us. I was so shocked that I accidentally hiccuped. When you hiccup, you breath fire? Sometimes. Duskbringer smirked confidently. This wasn't the time for showing off. While Verdandi looked ready to draw her sword and attack Duskbringer, she was clearly outmatched in terms of combat capability and only fumed silently. I tried to reassure her by patting her shoulder. Just wait a bit. Once the fire dies down, we'll re-enter and continue the exploration dash. Before I could finish, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the research facility. Intense heat waves followed, and debris from the facility rained down like hail. Rushing to our aid, Evangeline extended her shield. Swoosh! The ice elemental glacier, housed within the shield, started spinning rapidly, extending an icy barrier that multiplied the shield's size by tens of times. Thud! The massive shield caught all the debris from the collapsing facility. Evangeline, her face flushed with excitement, cheered. Woohoo! My new shield rocks. Hey, that's great and all, but read the room. The crystal-clear ice shield provided a clear view, showcasing the entirety of the research lab as it was obliterated in the explosion. Verdandi dropped to her knees, a lost expression on her face. It's all over. No, Verdandi, not yet. It's over. All our efforts over the past 100 years, our race's future, it's all gone. She held the leaf of the world tree, which fluttered desolately in her hand. Embracing it, Verdandi let out a hollow laugh. It's the end for elves. Accept our demise. Hey, snap out of it, Verdandi. I quickly took out an emergency sunflower seed and popped it into her mouth. Preparing to sing an elvish lament, I finally told Verdandi the other piece of information. The Holy Grail isn't here. I know where it is. Her clouded eyes cleared instantly. She hurriedly swallowed the sunflower seed in her mouth and asked, What? It's not here. I know its location in the game. It's in the 8th Zone Tower. The 8th Zone Dungeon, the Mage Tower, was the advanced version of this research facility. Think of it as the difference between college and graduate school. She looked up at me with her moist eyes, licking the sunflower seed crumbs from the corner of her lips and hesitantly asked, You're not lying to me, are you? No, I'm not. Promise. If it's not there, I'll personally ensure that your race survives. How will you take responsibility? Even without the Grail, I'll ensure your race thrives. Really? Don't worry. Well, it's bound to appear in that location anyway. Verdandi cautiously reached out her hand. Promise? Yeah, promise. I shook her hand. She grasped it tightly, shaking up and down with enthusiasm. The situation was finally under control, and with the dungeon in ruins, there was no reason to stay. I ordered a retreat. As the other parties vanished one by one through the teleport gate, I approached Duskbringer, frowning. Your Grace, why would you suddenly unleash a breath attack and blow the dungeon to smithereens? If it's destroyed to this extent, the dungeon's function is nullified. The monsters that would respawn every season won't return. We lost a farming spot. What's this right after the dungeon debut? Duskbringer shrugged nonchalantly. I had my reasons for burying this place. What? The breath wasn't an accident. Do you think I, a dragon, can't control my own breath? She flashed a shark-like grin, revealing sharp teeth, and pulled something out. Do you know what this is? It was a small, black piece of thorny wood. I took it, puzzled. What's this? This is a branch from the guardian tree of humanity, the black thorn tree that has been with the Empire since its foundation ever black. What? I found it in this research facility. So, I destroyed the place to prevent others from delving deeper. I examined the wooden piece more closely. Now that I thought about it, it did resemble the enormous tree I saw in the Imperial Palace's reality. But why is it here? The tree connected to the origins of the Everblack Empire. Why was it discovered in the ancient ruins of the Lake Kingdom, hundreds of years old? Well, it's worth pondering upon. Duskbringer, shrugging her shoulders, headed for the teleport gate. It seems the secrets of the Lake Kingdom are deeper than we anticipated. Flash, she disappeared into the gate, leaving me standing there, stunned. Everything is connected. All the events leading to the true ending are linked in one way or another. I had an intuition. Just like in the game, simply defeating monsters and clearing dungeons wouldn't lead to the true ending. Only after uncovering the truths hidden behind this world would I finally grasp it. But how? How? The free exploration ended. The exploration was easy since it was an unusually large party of 25 members. However, the problem was, since we split the XP, I didn't get much. The experience needed to level up from 49 to 50 was significant. Even though we defeated many monsters and gained a lot of experience, splitting it among 25 members wasn't enough for me to level up. Thus, my awakening was delayed. There were downsides to operating such a large party. I can't wait to unlock my ultimate skill. I was curious about which ultimate skill I would acquire. Anyway, no need to rush. I'll safely earn my experience and eventually, I'll reach level 50. Upon returning to Crossroad from the dungeon, I stepped into the backyard of the manor. I felt something cold touch my cheek. Looking up, I saw white snowflakes falling. It's snowing, I muttered, catching the snowflakes. The fluffy snow painted the sky and ground white. The younger members of the party had already started a snowball fight. Watching them laughing and tossing snowballs, a smile formed on my face. They weren't even tired after the dungeon raid. It's still late fall, but the first snow came early this year. Lucas, who was next to me watching the sky, calmly said. A white breath escaped his lips. Winter is approaching fast. The season when I first set foot in this world. And also the season of drastic changes. My first year in this world was coming to an end. Soon, the second year of my conquest would begin. Free exploration ended. Leveled up characters. Sub-Party 1, Penal Squad. Tuesday are LV.45-1. Wednesday are LV.45-1. Bucky are LV.45-1. On the Rock are LV.43-1. Sub-Party 2, Shadow Squad. Godhand, SR, LV.47-1. Bodybag, R, LV.42-1. Burnout, SR, LV.41-1. Lily, R, LV.37-1. Margarita, R, LV.40-1. Deceased or injured characters. None. Acquired equipment. Cross-Family Spear, Ifrit Edition, SSR. Cavalry Spear. Cross-Family Shield, Glacier Edition, SSR. Shield. Acquired items. Summon Scroll. Magic Tower, Player Skill. Standard High-Grade Magic Core, SR5. Standard Advanced Magic Core, R10. Troll Legion Fluid, 40. Troll Legion Magic Stone, 52. A few days later, with the next stage drawing near, I was finalizing our defense strategies and inspecting the soldiers' weapons and equipment one last time when, Your Highness! Serenade burst into my mansion, gasping for breath. Perched gently on her shoulder was a massive eagle, glaring at us with sharp eyes. It was the messenger hawk the Silver Winter Merchant Guild used for fast, long-distance information exchange. This was my first time seeing one in person. And with Serenade arriving in such haste with the hawk, there could only be one piece of news urgent enough to warrant such urgency. Catching her breath, Serenade exclaimed, "News from the Central Continent. The Imperial Army's 1st Division has clashed with the Imperial Capital Defense Force." The party members who were with me gasped in unison, and I clenched my fist tightly. The 1st Legion of the Everblack Empire, responsible for the Western Front and border defense. The Imperial Capital Defense Force of New Terra, a standing army directly under the Imperial family, responsible for the outer defense of the Imperial capital. The fact that these two forces had clashed meant, in other words, and on the same day, Prince Lark, the 1st Crown Prince, and Prince Fernandez, the 2nd Crown Prince, declared war on each other. A bloody internal strife. The civil war within the Everblack Imperial family had finally begun. Chapter 309. A river flowed through the Central Continent. This river, named Iris, separated the southwestern and northeastern parts of the continent. It was a large river flowing from the inland sea adjacent to the imperial capital of New Terra to the outer sea in the east, serving as the lifeline of civilization, making the central continent prosperous and fertile. The Everblack Empire, which had greedily consumed the center of the continent, viewed this river as both the actual boundary of their dominion over the imperial capital and an absolute defensive line against any external invasion. Hud, hud, hud. Troops began to appear from the west side of the river. The force that had led the charge against the Empire's enemies for a long time, acting as the Empire's spear and shield against outsiders. The 1st Legion of the Imperial Army. This division, known as the Pilgrims of the Border, because they had never once moved from their post at the national border since their inception, was now heading towards the Imperial capital. At the forefront stood the commander of the 1st Legion, the supreme commander of the Imperial forces, and the 1st Crown Prince. Lark Avalanche Everblack slowed his horse's pace as the river came into view. His knights and soldiers halted as well. Lark looked straight ahead in silence. In front of him stood a massive bridge built to span the Iris River, and on that bridge, clank, 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 stood an array of troops that had seized control of it. The Imperial Capital Defense Force, the standing army directly under the Imperial family, responsible for the outer defense and internal security of New Terra. The supreme commander of the Empire, Lark, couldn't even issue them an order. Their commander was, "It's been a while, brother." Fernandez Ember Keeper Everblack, the Imperial Chief Administrator, the commander of the Aegis Special Forces, and the 2nd Crown Prince. Dressed not in armor but in the formal attire of a civil official, unlike his fully armored brother, Fernandez greeted Lark from his horse. "Why are you here, brother? As far as I know, the situation in the Bringer Duchy hasn't stabilized yet." Behind his monocle, the 2nd Crown Prince's reddish eyes hinted at a smirk. "Or perhaps you've secretly executed the Duchess of Bringer and stolen her dragon's blood without my knowledge? Even if that were the case, it's astonishing that you've returned leading the entire 1st Legion. You are aware, are you not? Only the Imperial Capital Defense Force is allowed to conduct military operations in the Imperial capital." Lark remained silent, simply gazing intently at his brother. "I'd rather not mention it, but brother." Fernandez hesitated momentarily before smoothly declaring, "Beyond this river lies the territory of the Imperial capital. The moment you cross this bridge with your troops, I can't help but suspect treason. To avoid any misunderstandings about your intentions, I had to block the way like this. You understand, right?" Fernandez. After long moments of silent observation, Lark finally spoke. "Are you aware of the disturbances in the Imperial capital?" "Disturbances?" "Yes, that's why I came here personally to find out the truth." Fernandez slightly tilted his head, then laughed lightly. "Are you referring to the shadow factions? Haven't I been working hard to curb their nefarious activities? And what if those shadow factions never actually existed?" At Lark's pointed question, Fernandez's smile froze. "What if all of this is just a play you've staged? Brother, I don't know who fed you such nonsense, but..." Fernandez sighed lightly, raising both hands in a placating gesture. Wouldn't it be a bit unfair to nullify all the hard work I've put in over the past 7 years? I'm sorry, Fernandez, but I have no intention of continuing this conversation with you. Rumble. A massive steed beneath Lark snorted heavily. Petting its mane to calm it, Lark spoke coolly. I must see Father. Where is he? Don't you know? Father is still logged into Everblack in the Abyss, protecting the Empire. Fernandez smirked. He wouldn't be aware of the affairs outside after all. He's likely caught in an endless battle with the deities on the other side. Lark closed his eyes tightly. If only their father had been able to manage the Empire's affairs properly, this internal decay would not have occurred. Brother, you handle the affairs outside, and I handle the inside. Isn't that what Father entrusted us with? We should both do our best. In our own places, in our own roles. This is my last warning, brother. As Fernandez waved his hand. Vroom! A flying vessel from the skies behind landed just behind Fernandez. It was a vessel from the Imperial Capital Defense Force. The menacing engine roar echoed from the metallic body of the flying ship. The interior of our nation is my responsibility, and the exterior is yours, as Father wished. We can remain as amicable brothers. Pull back your troops and return to where you belong. This incident will remain a secret. Father will never know. But then Lark, drawing in a deep breath, declared, I am Lark Avalanche Everblack. His shout was so powerful it seemed to ripple the waters of the Iris River. The startled Imperial Capital Defense Force soldiers took steps back. I am the eldest son of the great Emperor, the rightful heir, and the legitimate commander of the army. SSK. Drawing his sword, Lark growled fiercely, reminiscent of a roaring tiger. You have no right to block my path to the Imperial capital. Make way, for I will uncover and punish the real traitors. Fernandez, if you are truly innocent, trust me and step aside. If I'm mistaken, I will take the appropriate punishment myself. Fernandez smirked bitterly. While Lark truly was a trustworthy person, the problem was that Fernandez himself was far from innocent. Lark's suspicions were entirely correct. The shadow factions in the Imperial capital never existed, and it was Fernandez who had plotted treason. And Lark, realizing this far sooner than expected, had rushed to the Imperial capital. Where did he get his information? From whom? Fernandez narrowed his eyes. But that wasn't what mattered now. The imminent confrontation was the real issue. If you refuse to yield even after all I've said, the first Crown Prince pointed his gleaming sword forward. I will consider anyone who obstructs me as a traitor, the undefeated knight, the most powerful human. Although the Imperial Capital Defense Force was well aware of the achievements and dedication of the first Crown Prince to the Empire, they held their weapons steadfast, refusing to yield. Defending the Imperial capital from external forces was their very reason for existence. Make way, dash! Whack! With a kick to his horse, Lark charged forward, his white cloak flapping in the wind. Following closely behind the charging first Crown Prince were his knights. In silence, with icy stares, the soldiers of the First Legion raced behind them. Thump, 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 thump. Watching his charging brother and the knights, Fernandez murmured under his breath. Brother, I repeat. The second Crown Prince waved his hand toward the sky. I hold no personal grudges. Vroom! With a sharp engine sound, the flying vessel released a burst of fire from its thrusters. Magic flames from the mana engine propelled the vessel at an incredible speed, charging toward enemy lines. Clank! Clank! The front of the vessel transformed, revealing dozens of mana cannons. The ship intended to approach, fire, then quickly retreat. Overwhelming firepower, incredible agility, and layers upon layers of protective magic spells provided extraordinary defenses. A flawless weapon equipped with firepower, agility, and defense. This was the pinnacle of modern magic engineering. Such a strategic vessel, rumored to cost as much as a small nation's annual budget, now approached. Yet Lark didn't flinch. Instead, he charged directly towards the vessels. Thump, thump, thump. Lark's steed was exceptional among warhorses. Darting forward, he reached the forefront just as the vessel closed in, and leaped up from his saddle. Pew, pew, pew. Dozens of mana cannons fired from the ship. Hundreds of magic-infused shells rained down like hail. However, flash, boom! When Lark swung his sword horizontally, all projectiles exploded mid-air. Lark saw the pilot inside the cockpit. With his sword, he whispered,
"I'm sorry."
Thud. Landing on top of the vessel, Lark's sword pierced its hull. A blue blade's energy clashed with the ship's protective spells, sending red sparks flying. But Lark's sword triumphed, cleaving deep into the vessel. Lark held onto his embedded sword, charging from the vessel's nose to its tail, slicing it open. Whack! As he reclaimed his sword and landed back onto his horse's saddle. Boom! The vessel exploded in a massive fireball. This impossible feat left every soldier of the Imperial Capital Defense Force agape. Fernandez muttered incredulously, "That's a bit much." Yet, as he mumbled, Lark was already closing in on him. The Imperial Capital Defense Force was decimated. While Lark's power was awe-inspiring, the stark difference between the First Legion and the Defense Force's battle capabilities was also evident. The First Legion, which spent its life battling enemies at the borders, was significantly more experienced than the Imperial Capital Defense Force, which had mainly maintained order within the city. To compensate for this gap in power, the Defense Force relied on modern technology like the flying vessels. But against Lark's sword, they proved meaningless. Even so, Lark did not kill most of the Defense Force. He subdued them. Those who resisted to the end were executed, but those who surrendered peacefully were captured alive. He still didn't see them as enemies. "I have just one question, Fernandez." From within the subdued Imperial Capital Defense Force, Lark asked coldly. "I understand everything else, but there's one thing I can't grasp. I wanted to ask you directly." Fernandez was also captured. From the start, the second Crown Prince didn't put up much resistance. After the vessel crashed and the tide of battle turned, he peacefully raised both hands, waiting for his brother. Lark approached his younger brother with his sword drawn and gently asked, "Why? What purpose does all this serve? Why did you do this?" "You wouldn't understand, brother." Even in this situation, hearing his elder brother's compassionate voice, Fernandez gave a bitter laugh. "People like you, brother, who are whole, just, and believe in a kind world where everything is warm, don't understand that this world is fundamentally flawed." "What?" "In that sense, Ash would probably relate more to me." Thinking of their youngest sibling who wasn't present, Fernandez chuckled. That guy always knew. He understood that this world is twisted from its very foundation. "What the hell are you?" Lark couldn't finish his sentence. Thud. Before he could react, Fernandez had lunged forward, impaling his own throat on the sword Lark held aimed at him. Chapter 310. Blood splattered everywhere. Fernandez collapsed forward, pouring blood from his elongated neck. Soldiers watching were startled, letting out screams of horror. "Fernandez, what have you done?" A distraught Lark quickly embraced the collapsing Fernandez. But, a moment later, shock painted his face. "This is..." With a sizzling sound, Fernandez's face contorted, and then completely changed into another person's visage. His stature shrunk, appearing much less imposing. In Lark's arms was not Fernandez, but another mage dressed in the robe of the magic corps. Illusion magic? It was then that Lark remembered Fernandez's expertise. Illusory magic. Fernandez had a talent for deceiving and confusing his foes. Indeed, he was proficient in various types of magic, but he delved deepest into illusion magic. It was fitting for a leader of the Shadow Squad, but the thought that he could deceive even Lark with such a refined illusion. "I used mind control, illusion magic, disguise skills, and items to trick you. I'm honored that I could even deceive you, brother." From a device attached to the neck of the dead mage, Fernandez's voice echoed. Lark angrily ripped the device off. Where are you, Fernandez? I value my life too, brother. Am not bold enough to stand right in front of you with your sword drawn. Fernandez chuckled faintly. You asked earlier, brother, why I conspired this way. Now, Fernandez didn't even deny his treachery, and Lark's eyes narrowed in frustration. Is it for the throne? If it is, I'll gladly concede it to you. No, it's not that, brother. I care little for power. Then what is it? Has someone wronged you? Tell me. I, Lark, will solve it for you. We are brothers bound by blood. Fernandez, whatever I can help with, I will. So abandon this treacherous plan. Please. After a brief silence, Fernandez exhaled a weary sigh. You do love us, your siblings. But the problem is, you still see us as children in need of protection. What? We've grown up already. Fernandez's voice suddenly became icy. Father, the other gods, and even the goddess who graces our empire all see us this way. We've matured enough to stand on our own. What the hell are you? You'll understand in time, brother. Everything I've done is for the empire and for humanity. Fernandez's voice began to fade from the device. I'll see you again, brother. Well, if you survive my trap, that is. What? The communication cut off abruptly. Lark, staring at the device with wide eyes, suddenly sensed something amiss. Bubbling, the water below the bridge was boiling. Red lights pulsated from beneath the river's surface. Panicked Lark shouted, Everyone, get OU dash. Before he could finish warning them, flash dash. The shutdown protocol installed on the Iris Bridge activated, engulfing and preserving all living beings within its vicinity. Not far from the Iris Bridge, surrounded by a circular red magic circle, atop a nearby hill, an elderly woman observing the activation of the shutdown protocol through a telescope slowly folded it. It was Reyna, the commander of the Magic Corps. With a relaxed demeanor, Reyna reported her findings. The shutdown protocol has been activated, and the spatial preservation is complete. The operation is a success. As Reyna turned to her side, Fernandez, seated on a chair, was visible, diligently attending to the documents in his hand. Reyna took the initiative to add, Congratulations on the victory, Your Highness. Victory? Ha! Fernandez's reply was dripping with sarcasm. Do you know how monstrous my brother is? A little event like this wouldn't even leave a scratch on him. But didn't we annihilate the vanguard of the First Legion? She swallowed the part about sacrificing their own men as bait. Regardless, they'd managed to thwart the spearhead of the Invincible Legion led by the undefeated knight. To Reyna, it was a significant achievement from the outset. However, Fernandez heaved a shallow sigh. It's just the vanguard of the First Legion. The rest of the forces are spreading and advancing from the west. They'll keep pushing. You were once part of the First Legion, weren't you, Captain Reyna? You know how thorough and formidable they are. That's why I mentioned it. Reyna offered a sly smile. We've managed to score against those monsters. Originally, the Magic Corps was a part of the First Legion. But 15 years ago, during the conquest of the Camilla Kingdom, due to the rebellion led by Vice Commander Jupiter, they admitted to war crimes and left a black mark under the Emperor's command. The Magic Corps was disgracefully expelled from the First Legion and drifted aimlessly, nearly disbanding until Fernandez rescued them. They later changed their affiliation to directly serve the royal family, but in reality, they had become Fernandez's personal troops, maintaining their ranks till today. Reyna knew all too well. She knew the strength of the knights and soldiers in that group and how dedicated they were to the Empire. And now, in the current situation, they had to kill them all for the sake of the Empire. It gave her the chills. Although Reyna had frequently turned on her allies due to orders from higher-ups, the First Legion was a different beast. It's a fun game of friendly fire. It's maddening. The thought of killing her former comrades one by one made it hard to keep a straight face. But this had been set in motion 15 years ago, the moment she grabbed Fernandez's hand. She had already sold her soul to the devil. What was there left to hesitate about? Anyway, my brother won't just stop here. He will continue his march to the imperial capital. Fernandez replied to Reina's inquiry. And what do? We need more time. We need to engage in delaying tactics. Drag it out as long as possible. Fernandez said calmly, rising from his chair. We've only used a portion of the capital defense force. Deploy the rest. Whatever it takes, delay him by a day, an hour, even a second. Delay my brother's arrival at the imperial capital. Many will die. Weren't we prepared for this from the beginning? For a greater cause, this level of sacrifice is minor. Understood, Your Highness. Reina bowed her head silently. And, I regret this concerning my sister-in-law. Fernandez recalled Lark's wife and their 3 children, clicking his tongue. They'll have to be our hostages. My brother is terribly sentimental. Our troops are already on standby. Should I issue the capture order? As humanely as possible. They are my beloved sister-in-law and nieces and nephews, after all. Reina hesitated momentarily before carefully asking. After capturing them, what happens if something goes wrong? What could go wrong? Fernandez nonchalantly shrugged. Why keep a horse that has lost its value? Understood. I'll issue the capture order immediately. Though it wasn't an easy decision to articulate, kidnapping was the forte of the covert unit. Reina was certain that soon Lark's wife and children would be taken hostage. As for their fate afterward, nothing was certain. Lark's wife and 3 children resided in a mansion on the outskirts of the imperial capital. She had relatives there. When she missed her husband, who was away on the battlefield, she often visited her parental home with her children. They had decided to spend this winter there. In preparation for the chilly new Terra winter, the mansion had been furnished days ago with thick carpets and heavy curtains, bought from merchants. Although the wife usually had a modest retinue, this year was different. Perhaps it was to ensure a warm environment for the young royal children. The Aegis Special Forces already had all the information. The family of Lark, the first prince, had always been a high-priority target. And now it was time for that long surveillance to pay off. Internal check. Shadows are moving by the living room and kitchen windows. No movement overnight, so everyone should be inside. Good. What about the front door?
No abnormalities.
And the back and side doors? Same, no abnormalities. All right, let's move in. Don't miss anyone. The Aegis Special Forces Team 7, specialized in kidnapping, surrounded the mansion. After exchanging signals, they stormed in simultaneously. The team leader of the 7th unit monitored the situation from a nearby building rooftop, a vantage point that offered a full view of the mansion. It was a routine task they performed almost daily. Even if they were the royal family, with only a few nights for protection, this operation shouldn't have been any different than the usual. However, report. The feedback from the subordinates who entered the building was surprising. There's no one inside. What? Exactly as I said, sir. The building is empty. Then what about those moving shadows at the window? It was clothes on hangers moved back and forth by a mechanism. They all seemed to be set up like this. The thick curtains had prevented them from seeing clearly inside. The leader felt a cold shiver down his spine. Did they know they were being watched? And they had planned an escape all along? Since when? Damn it! They were here just yesterday. Yes. We confirmed their presence last night. Then they can't be far. Start the search now. The leader slammed down the communication device. Just who beat us to it and kidnapped them first? At the same time, a line of carriages passed through the southern gate of the imperial capital. It was the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. The guild was so large and had such high trade volume that it almost always received special treatment at checkpoints. Lately, it was practically a free pass. Hey! Another busy day, Captain of the Guard. Thanks to Alberto, the former palace steward who became an executive of the guild, they enjoyed such privileges. Alberto was already well connected throughout the imperial capital, especially close to the guard units. He and the guards had shared the trouble of raising the mischievous prince, Ash. They often collaborated when Ash caused trouble, searching for him together. The guard captain greeted Alberto with a warm smile. "Today, you're personally traveling, Mr. Alberto? Haha, it's an important trade. I thought I'd feel more at ease if I went myself. It sounds like a lot of work for you." While engaging in a friendly conversation with the guard captain, Alberto casually pulled out a wrapped gift from his possession and handed it over. The guard captain hesitated, showing reluctance, but after hearing Alberto's twisted logic that it wasn't a bribe but a gift between friends, he begrudgingly accepted. "Safe travels, Mr. Alberto." "Yes, yes. Let's grab a drink sometime." As Alberto waved back to the saluting guard captain, his demeanor immediately stiffened. He stepped into the carriage. "We've made it through. Thank goodness. I was worried we'd have to resort to force." A woman dressed as a maid, sitting beside him, let out a sigh of relief and sheathed her sword. It was Elise, a direct subordinate of Serenade. For this mission, she had been dispatched early and had been waiting inside the imperial capital. "So, we've made it out of the imperial capital." From the front seat, a woman who was wrapped in a blanket pulled it back to reveal her face. "Where should we head now?" Following her, 3 young faces peeked out from beneath the blanket. It was Lark's wife and their 3 children. Under Ash's directive, Alberto and Elise had been tasked with their rescue mission. "The region will soon be engulfed in a civil war," Alberto said, stroking his stylish mustache. "Sides will form and battle against each other. Nowhere is safe." "Anywhere in the Empire?" "That's right. Ideally, if you could make it to the Western Front where Prince Lark is. But..." Alberto trailed off. The First Legion and the Imperial City Defense Forces were already clashing. Heading west would be an excessively perilous choice. "So where should we seek refuge?" As Lark's wife murmured, Elise hesitated before speaking. "There's a place that's politically safe. However, monsters will attack." At that, Lark's wife smirked. "What's there to fear about monsters, compared to humans? It will be a long journey." "That's all right. As long as I'm not a burden to my husband, a long journey is nothing." Lark's wife spoke with determination. The 3 children chimed in with a resounding, "Yeah." Alberto and Elise exchanged glances. They both nodded slowly. "Then let's move." Alberto leaned out of the carriage and shouted to the driver. "To Crossroad." Chapter 311. "Reporting, Your Highness." Serenade arrived with a second dispatch in hand, passing it to me. Following the news of the outbreak of war, this was the second official message. "Operation to evacuate close relatives of Prince Lark has succeeded. All have safely escaped outside the imperial capital. Seems like Alberto and Elise have done their part. Well done." I nodded, picturing the faces of the steward and the maid knight. Serenade bowed gracefully and stepped back. The plan to remove Lark's wife and 3 children from the imperial capital had been prepared well in advance. It was also a part one had promised to play when I met Lark a few days ago. Having his family held hostage would restrict Lark's actions. I wouldn't want that. I wanted the 2 brothers to clash fiercely. That way, more opportunities would open up for me to act. When whales fight, it's the shrimp's back that gets broken. But for the 3rd whale who eats the shattered shrimp, it's an excellent opportunity. Lucas, who had been listening to the rapidly changing imperial situation, groaned. "Why would Prince Fernandez conspire to?" "Ah, the reason? Reasons can be just an excuse. What did the reason matter? Even if there was a plausible cause, I had no interest. What mattered was the outcome this event would bring. The empire would be split in 2, and the entire world would hold its breath, watching the direction of the civil war. Everyone would be calculating which side to join. Are we then joining Prince Lark? Evangeline, who seemed to have the same concern, asked hastily. As the heir to the Margrave of the Crossroad, she must be more anxious. I answered straightforwardly.
No.
Then why did you evacuate the family of Prince Lark? Are you going to offer them to Prince Fernandez? That's not it either. On the surface, it was a humanitarian action for Lark. To be more honest, it was a safety mechanism to ensure that Lark's army wouldn't attack us. If we were protecting Lark's wife and children here, at the very least, the Imperial forces under Lark wouldn't bother us. Also, if Fernandez's army tried to attack us, the likelihood that Lark's army would intervene increased. It almost feels like they're hostages, but not quite. Well, let's just say there's mutual understanding. I have no intention of threatening or forcing them to stay. We declared our independence, remember? I looked around at my subordinates and made it clear once more. We are not joining anyone. We are taking the third path. In the clash between the two princes, it was obvious that the winner would be closer to becoming the next emperor. In other words, for the surrounding forces observing this, choosing the wrong side could mean the end. Some forces would confidently support one side, but there would definitely be those who would want to hold off their choice. To them, I approach as an alternative. For those factions that want to show good faith to the Everblack Empire and the Imperial family, but don't yet know which prince to support. The idea is to coax them into showing faith in me for now. That way, I can vouch for them once the next emperor is decided. Not a bad offer. It might not be as effective as directly choosing a side, but at least it removes the risk of facing the Empire's blade. My position is really strange. Being a part of the royal family means I'm not entirely detached from their quarrels, but having declared independence gives me the space to distance myself. In a close battle between two similar forces, the one I choose to support is likely to win. My worth continues to rise. Optimization by picking up crumbs, that's what it meant. Let's make do with what we have. At the same time, while they're busy fighting amongst themselves in the Imperial capital, we absorb the powers in the gray areas. Since they'd be preoccupied with fighting amongst themselves, there was an opportunity to actively recruit the fallen kings without worrying about the older leaders. While the world's attention was focused on New Terra in the Imperial capital, I'd bring the fallen kings who were lying low in the shadows under my command. I'd establish a safe zone where all the oppressed could safely reside, and form alliances with them. I'd gather the largest force I could create. I don't need the imperial throne. I don't need wealth, honor, or power. Just to stand against the monsters and protect this world. I would do everything I could. I need to organize special envoys. Each of the fallen kings had different persuaders. Fortunately, I had several competent individuals around me, so it seemed I could send special envoys tailored to the opponents. As I thought, I sighed and scratched my chin. So I'm getting involved in the outside world after all. Defense Battle Dungeon Exploration City Administration. I wanted to infinitely loop through these three phases like in the game. But for a more assured victory, for a bigger picture, I ended up getting involved in diplomacy, which was not part of the plan. If it's necessary, I have to do it. Looking around at my subordinates whose eyes were shining toward me, I bitterly smiled inside. I have a lot of people to take responsibility for already. Amid the shifting political landscape, I explained the future direction of our monster front to my subordinates, listened to their opinions, and held discussions and meetings late into the night. The relay meeting lasted until dawn. Around the time everyone's faces were becoming tired and drained, Aider and Serenade came into the reception room with hot tea and refreshments. I applauded. Looks like the meeting is almost over, so let's catch our breath with a cup of tea. While Aider served tea and refreshments to the others, Serenade came over to me with a cup and poured the tea. The red and transparent tea swirled in the cup. Thank you. As I expressed my gratitude for the cup, Serenade's silver eyes softened. You're welcome. Thanks not just for the tea, but also for making a big decision. I was talking about the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. The Silver Winter Merchant Guild had long been spreading their business out from the imperial capital. Fearing what could happen in the imperial capital if Fernandez revolted, they decentralized their operations to surrounding cities. The task was carried out covertly, and fortunately it was completed just a few days ago. It was a decision that could overturn the fate of a guild built up by 3 generations, but Serenade followed without any questions. I was both grateful and sorry. It's also for the good of our guild. Serenade smiled warmly, like the aroma of the tea she held. The life of a lowly merchant like us can turn into dew on the gallows with just one word from Empire. Yet, our guild has been too dependent on the protection of the imperial family. Being close to the imperial family and enjoying their privileges meant that a single word from the emperor could ruin them. A change in our constitution was a necessity. This was a good opportunity to catch it. I thought back to the incident in the imperial capital. The guild building was set ablaze, and Serenade had almost died several times. Serenade must have felt it then. That things couldn't continue like this. I'm the one who should be thanking you, Your Highness. Serenade took a step closer to me and whispered in my ear. If it weren't for Your Highness, both I and our merchant guild would have been forever stuck in that narrow world. It was a good and correct point, but why was she whispering so quietly in my ear? And why did her voice sound as sweet as sugar? Felt like it would melt me. Gasp! That's when I felt gazes staring in our direction. Turning in surprise, I saw my party members looking at us with round eyes, their faces somehow encouraging. Stop giving a thumbs up, and quit nodding your heads, especially the Godhand Lily couple. They were nodding with expressions like good for you, we had our times too, as if they were veterans in love. Then, as if reminiscing old memories, they held each other's hands tightly. What's up with you guys, seriously? Ahem. Clearing my throat, I addressed Serenade with a serious tone. Still, we do need a central branch, right? The Imperial Capital branch has been compromised. Where will you move it to? There were several nearby cities that had bustling commercial activities, not just the Imperial Capital. Maybe I should pick one among those. I doubt anyone would refuse Silver Winter's Merchant Guild. I've been pondering that issue as well. Serenade, leaning against me, gave a faint smile as she tightly held her teacup. I'm thinking of making a bold investment now that we've raised the stakes. Raised the stakes to invest more? She's not going to say something like setting up the guild headquarters in Crossroad, right? Even though this place is a fortress city in the southern outskirts, I don't think Serenade would be so reckless. I'll inform you once we make a decision, Your Highness. All right, thanks. I really don't know how I would have handled everything without you. Genuine gratitude in my words made Serenade's cheeks flush. Her slender fingers fidgeting around the teacup, Serenade quickly turned her body to the side and gulped down her tea. Isn't it hot? Feeling a bit awkward, I slowly sipped my tea as well. Ahem. This tea is really good. Phew. A whistle sound flew in from the other side. Damn it. Everyone's watching. What's with this lovey-dovey atmosphere? I quickly downed the remaining tea in one go and stood up. I believe we have sufficiently shared our frontline directions and future visions. My previously grinning subordinates all straightened up and listened as I spoke with a serious face. I nodded. However, regardless of how the world changes, or how this frontline shifts, never forget our original goal. I reiterate our flag, our mission as if I've said it hundreds of times before. To kill monsters and protect people. Everything else is a secondary matter to this main objective. After all, the very definition of this monster frontline is to act as an absolute defense line that protects humanity from monsters. We must be loyal to our role as the last stronghold in this defense game. Let's prepare for the next defensive battle. The next stage is just around the corner. It's time to turn our eyes away from the typhoon swirling in the teacup and face the nightmares that are coming from the outside. The forward base is almost fully repaired. Waiting for the monster horde to arrive, I look at the stage information. Enemy info stage 13. LV? 1 unit. LV.40 Troll Sorcerer Elite. 2 units. LV.40 Troll Royal Guard Elite. 10 units. LV.35 Troll Shield Bearer. 190 units. LV.30 Troll Foot Soldier. 344 units. The opponents for this stage were the Troll Legion, whom Wed faced during the previous free exploration. Tanker monsters with robust regenerative abilities and well-rounded physical/magical defenses. Their attack power, however, was relatively weak. I shouldn't let my guard down, but objectively speaking, the power difference is significant. We could easily overpower them. And then, I frowned as I opened another system window. An unwelcome message appeared before my eyes. Hey. Passes their turn. No dark event will be triggered in this stage. Even in this stage, no dark event was activated. I clenched my lips tightly. I was slowly beginning to feel it. My nemesis, the Demon King who has been pulling strings in the Lake Kingdom, is plotting something. He skipped the dark event 3 times in a row, a feature he had been consistently using. Unless he suddenly quit the game and left it open, it was more likely he was cooking up some nefarious scheme. The problem was that I knew next to nothing about these dark events. They were elements that didn't exist when I was just gaming, and now they're being sprung on me since I've entered this world. I'll have to consult with Ader about this. As I was thinking this, swoosh, thud, 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 monsters began to surface, cutting through the lake. It was the Troll Legion, whose faces had become familiar after beating them up throughout this season's dungeon explorations. I was relaxed, and so were my party members. We had been dealing with these bastards for weeks now, so everyone was familiar with them. But then, kaya ha 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 ha. A raucous laughter suddenly erupted from the Troll Legion. Despite the distance, the laughter rang clear and resounded in our ears. The aura of malevolence emanating from this boss monster made my troops waver. Ha! Confused, I quickly lifted my telescope. Wait, was there a unit with this level of presence among the named trolls? As soon as I looked through the telescope, I saw it immediately. A troll of grand stature was sitting on a magic carpet, wearing a turban adorned with gems, and holding a female troll in each hand. Holy shit! The apex entity of the Troll Legion and an ultra-rare monster with a presumed encounter rate below decimals in the game. The king of the Troll Legion, whose name had been given due to his role in ruining the game trolling was. Trolling! I pulled away from the telescope and shouted at the top of my lungs. Shit! We stepped in it. Damn this shit. Chapter 312.
Baame pabaam bam pabaame baame.
A boisterous march echoed throughout the area. The military band under the command of the Troll King was playing instruments like drums, gongs, and trumpets, announcing the arrival of the king with an impressive march. What, am I in some kind of Aladdin scenario? I couldn't help but gape at the absurdly noisy entrance. Eventually, the advancing troll army settled in a clearing to the south of our forward base. Donning a jeweled turban and sitting on a magic carpet, the gigantic troll king surveyed our fortifications before gesturing to his side. Then, a smaller troll scurried out and bellowed towards us. Listen up, surface-dwelling humans. Surprisingly fluent human speech erupted from its mouth. Pay homage to the great conqueror, the nomadic executioner, and the living muscle, the chieftain of the rock troll tribe and the king of all trolls, Lord Tradiunimatron. Evangeline mumbled. Quite the name. Indeed. Regardless of what we thought, the Troll King's emissary continued. His Excellency Tradiunimatron does not wish for war. Simply surrender and open your castle gates. Then what? The troll envoy scanned the walls and ominously declared, the beautiful ones will be taken as concubines. The ugly ones will be killed on sight. A panicked Evangeline wrapped her arms around herself. Oh my God, what do we do? I think that troll is targeting me. The troll envoy suddenly roared. We have no need for something as ugly as you. Eek! Evangeline collapsed, vomiting blood. As she lay there, she tearfully mumbled, to be called ugly by a troll. Calm down, Evangeline. They're a different species. Their beauty standards are different. It must be because of the bone armor. It's definitely the bone armor. While we were having this conversation, the Troll King's envoy continued to speak. True beauty is born of muscle. Such frail bodies are despised by our king. Where have I heard that philosophy before? Among you, the one worthy of our king's affection is... The Troll King's emissary stretched out his arm and pointed at Kuolin atop the wall. Just about him. Eh? Kuolin pointed to himself with trembling hands. Me? For reference, Kuolin was currently in his beastman form. His muscles were much more bulging than usual, and he was rather furry. With what seemed to be a touched voice, Coolin mumbled, "You're the first to say you like my wolf form. No, don't get carried away. They're not even human. Don't get swayed by their trolling." While we were in disarray, the Troll King's envoy continued. "By the way, our king is female. Of course, she does like beautiful women, but she prefers handsome men a bit more." At that moment, the Troll King on the carpet nodded vigorously. "Ah, so she is female. To be honest, it's hard to tell their gender just by looking. The gender of a troll can be identified by their tails. Males have one tail, while females have split tails, 2 or more. Upon closer inspection, the Troll King's swaying tail was indeed branched into multiple strands. Alright, so you are a female. At that moment, my eyes met with the Troll King's. Her piercing gaze seemed to scan me from head to toe, giving me goosebumps all over. No, what is this? Why is she looking at me like that? The Troll King gestured to her envoy and whispered something in his ear. The envoy, who had nodded quickly, cleared his throat. "Hey, dark-haired human male. You're in luck." "Huh," I blurted out, taken aback. "The king has taken a liking to you. Says you've got a promising build. What the hell is this nonsense? Surrender now, and a place beside the king is guaranteed. Our Troll King herself will treat you kindly. Consider it an honor." Right after that, the Troll King who had been eyeing me grinned and winked. My party members who saw this all let out a collective, "Oh, what's cheering gonna do? Aren't you explosively popular lately, Your Highness?" "Indeed, especially favored by monsters, it seems." Damien and Junior chimed in. "Shut up. My dignity is at risk here." Sigh. Exhaling a weary sigh, I signaled to Damien. "Damien, convey my response for me." "Of course, Your Highness." Damien grinned as he drew his magic gun. "Now, will you surrender and beg for the king's mercy?" Before the messenger could finish, following my signal, Damien aimed his magic gun and pulled the trigger. Bang dash. What the? A magical bullet drilled right through the middle of his body. Instantly, the Troll King's messenger spilled blood everywhere and convulsed grotesquely. Hee hee. The Troll King laughed, as if she had been waiting for this all along. After flipping her off, I shouted, "I have nothing to give you, monster. Not even the fairest Coolin or the ugliest Evangeline. None of my comrades are up for grabs." Coolin looked at me with twinkling eyes, hands clasped over his chest. "Ugh, stop it." While Evangeline licked her blade with a sly grin. "It's a joke, a joke. What I do have to give you is..." I raised my hand high. My well-trained army immediately lit the cannons and pulled back the ballistae. Nothing but fire and death dash. With my forward gesture, boom, boom, boom dash. Hundreds of cannonballs and a barrage of arrows rained down on the horde of monsters. The Troll King had one defining feature. She was sturdy. Just as her race naturally was, she was simply purely sturdy. But when that sturdiness crossed a line, it itself became a weapon. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the fierce crossfire of our forces, while other subordinate trolls had already fallen, reduced to bones, stomp, 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 the Troll King walked on, unfazed. The gigantic arrows from our ballistae couldn't even make a dent in her skin, nor could the explosions and flames from our cannonballs inflict any effective damage. Even if by chance we wounded her in one area, bubbling, flash, regeneration, the wounded area of her skin bubbled and moved as if boiling, quickly healing. Well then, let's show off some real power, shall we dash? Junior's hands floated in the air, gathering wind and lightning, and then shot it forward with immense force. Boom! A devastating tempest of lightning swept the area, and the troll royal guards protecting the Troll King until the end literally melted away. However, stomp, stomp, stomp. Still, the Troll King walked on. Her charred organs regenerated, and the flesh and bone cut by the blades of the wind fused back together. What is that? A shocked Junior opened her mouth wide. That's when Damien aimed his magic gun and said, "I'll aim for the weak spot." Drawing Hunter's Retribution, Damien performed a smooth, clean triple shot. Bang! 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 The 3 magical bullets pierced through the Troll King's head and shattered its heart to pieces. But then, bubble, bubble, swish! Both the pulverized brain and the tattered heart instantly regenerated. Damien leapt back in astonishment. What? It regenerates its brain and heart. Step aside, kiddos. This time, Duskbringer stepped forward. Best to obliterate creatures like this all at once. The Dragon Queen's tiny mouth opened wide, and a sphere of magical power formed between her sharp, shark-like teeth. Duskbringer trembled momentarily and then, phooey! She unleashed dragon breath. While the activation seemed more like a harmless sneeze than a majestic event, the torrent of pure magic power that erupted from the Dragon Queen's mouth obliterated everything it touched. Kabum! Direct hit on the Troll King. A tremendous explosion of magical power erupted. Duskbringer brushed her nose with a flick of her fingers and shrugged her shoulders. Well, that should do, huh? A confused expression clouded Duskbringer's triumphant face. Understandably so, amidst the smoky aftermath of the magical explosion. Step, step, step. The Troll King just kept coming like some kind of Terminator. Its upper body had been blown to smithereens, but the Troll King was still able to move its lower half. Spinal bones sprouted, blood vessels and muscles regenerated, and flesh reattached. The monster had restored its upper body in no time. Kaya ha ha! The Troll King laughed, its freshly regenerated jaw wide open. Duskbringer's small mouth gaped. Is this the same troll I know? I thought they were just potion ingredients. Normally, that would be correct. This one was an exceptional case. The item you could obtain by killing troll armies blood, was also an ingredient for top-grade potions. In other words, their blood itself was a powerful healing tool, and this Troll King was the epitome of all troll regenerative capabilities. I sighed and touched my forehead. In the game, it had a constant 999% HP regeneration per second. 999%. The hell? 999%. Just by breathing, it would recover 9.99 times its total HP per second. Was this even a reasonable figure? Isn't this a bug? So, in the game, while the troll army itself wasn't too difficult to deal with, if this Troll King showed up as the boss, you might as well consider that game session doomed. The Troll King's other stats were average. Weak attacks, couldn't use magic, no special skills or gimmicks. But you just couldn't kill it. Due to its staggering physical/magical defenses and insane HP regeneration, it became virtually invincible. No matter how much we hit it, it didn't die. Meanwhile, it kept coming, landing non-damaging punches on us. And what happens then? VD. Supplies, healing spells, potions, artifacts, everything is limited. But this bastard's regeneration ability is limitless. Even if the damage is minimal, it accumulates over time. The Troll King takes down our castle gates, walls, and our heroes with single-digit damage. Literally, a spoon killer. I encountered it just once in the game. Out of 742 attempts, I had run into it only once. The viewers advised me to just give up and start a new game. They told me, when you encounter trolling, surrendering is just good manners. But I had invested so much time into the game, I gritted my teeth and thought, let's see who wins this. As I went all out to defeat the monster. The time I spent on the Troll King raid? A whole week in real-world time. Number of turns used? 99.99. Filled up the game's maximum turn limit. So what happened? During the 9,999 turns, the Troll King obliterated the fortress with just a flick of his nose, annihilating half of my allied heroes. However, because I held out until the turn limit, the game ruled it a defensive win. The Troll King retreated. I screamed that I had won and the viewers cheered for a human victory. Although the fortress, heroes, and resources were all devastated, causing my annihilation in the next stage. The same viewers who had just been cheering human victory quickly switched to mocking me with shouts of human defeat, virtuous defeat. All hail Troll King, Tazdingo. The memory is still vivid. Anyway, I widened my eyes. Ever since that humiliating defeat, I had been pondering how to capture this insane tank unit. Because if I encounter it again, I had to capture it. I hadn't run into it again during my strategy broadcasts, but the tactics I'd formulated back then were still in my head. I'll pay you back for that day's humiliation, Troll King. I raised my head. Everyone around me was looking at me. Their eyes held the belief that I had a secret plan to navigate this predicament. All right. Well, let's meet those expectations, shall we? I will issue the operation orders now. Chapter 313. I sorted out my tactics in my head and first called out to the mage. Junior. Upon being called, Junior quickly nodded, and I drew a halo in the air with my hand. When I give the signal, cast your ultimate skill, elemental disassembly, on that monster. Understood. How long will it take to cast? 15 minutes. That's actually reduced quite a bit. Junior was in a relatively good condition and had continually optimized the casting according to her own words. I'm counting on you. Got it. Punishment Squad and the Dragonblood Knights. I called out to Kulin's party and Duskbringar's party, pointing to the slowly approaching Troll King. Stop her. Is it even possible to stop her? Even as they prepared to move out, Duskbringer broke into a cold sweat. Our attacks don't even work on her. She's just walking straight at us. Do it anyway. Use whatever means necessary. If she gets any closer, it'll be too close to our forward base. That would make it difficult for us to unleash our firepower. She must not be allowed to advance any further. Fine, let's go. It'd be embarrassing for dragons to be pushed back by a mere troll. Forward. Mounted on their steeds, Duskbringer and her knights rushed out through the open gate. So we're going on foot. Following behind, a flustered Kulin and members of the punishment squad ran out as well. They should be able to buy us some time. God hand, body bag. I called out to the metal mage and telekinetic mage, pointing to the obstructing squad that had gone ahead. Follow them and set up a barricade. If our line gets broken, you'll use the barricade to buy time while the line is reestablished. Yes, Your Highness. Both elven mages ran out without further ado. Burnout, prepare for ranged attacks. Lily, get all the attack artifacts ready. The bombardment archer had already finished preparing and was on standby. Nodding, Lily hurriedly wheeled herself toward the artifacts set up on the wall. After giving orders to the punishment squad, Dragonblood Knights, and Shadow Squad, I called out to my two knights. Lucas, Evangeline. I briefly instructed the two knights who quickly approached me. Use the holy weapons in this battle. The weapons I had crafted for Stage 5 against the vampire army holy weapons. Both knights immediately drew their holy weapons without questioning. Lucas unsheathed his holy sword, and Evangeline fitted her spear with holy parts. Go out, but don't join the obstructing squad. Conserve your energy. When I give the signal, drive those holy weapons into its body. I already saw the obstruction squad clashing with the Troll King. Duskbringer and Kulin both charged toward the Troll King, screaming. Their knights and beastmen spread out to encircle the monster. They rained attacks on the Troll King from all directions. Thump, thump, thump. The monster simply ignored them and kept walking. Kulin's fist arts and Duskbringar's magical torrents may destroy its body, but they can't stop it. Have I ever seen such a tough bastard? I continued to explain to Lucas and Evangeline, holding back my internal expletives. You have to inflict the deepest wounds possible with your weapons. The skin is thicker than most armor. Attack it as if you're delivering the killing blow. I trust you. Your honor. Leave it to me. Both knights, too, mounted up and rushed out. I took a deep breath and looked back. I felt the gaze of the other two party members, who looked at me with tense faces. Right. They are the core of this operation. Damien and Saintus, healers. To those who could wield divine power through the goddess blessings, I gave a simple command. When I signal, Cast your strongest healing magic on that troll. Both looked at me with widened eyes. Huh? Yo, your highness, what are you? Damien stammered. Healing magic? You want us to heal that monster? Saintess Margarita pointed at the Troll King, who was approaching from a distance. Even now, the Troll King was effortlessly ignoring the defense line that was desperately attacking her, and steadily advancing toward our base. I nodded silently, with all your might, as if you were trying to bring someone back from the dead. Squeeze out every last bit of your power and heal that troll. Seeming to think I had gone mad, the two healers continued to look at me with disbelief. I grinned. After nearly a year working with me, shouldn't our healers have gotten a good sense of my style? I've always been a fan of crazy strategies. There's something called overflow. It's an error that occurs when a program's numerical value exceeds its maximum limit. A simple example would be the famous Y2K problem that occurred when the year transitioned from 1999 to 2000. At that time, there was already widespread millennial end doom and gloom. Then the millennium bug struck, causing panic that the world would come to a standstill and civilization would collapse. Because of system limitations at the time, the year after 1999 was recognized as 1900 instead of 2000. This happened because when the initial year system was programmed, it was done so that only the last two digits would change. According to the rule, 99 was followed by 00. And so, computer systems recognized the year 2000 as 1900, causing global computational paralysis and a wave of myths. In reality, a rapid global response prevented any serious issues, but still. Anyway, that's the famous year 2000 problem. A prime example of overflow trouble. Why am I suddenly talking about programming terms? Because it's key to defeating the Troll King. In the game, the Troll King's health regeneration rate is 999% per second. 999 is the limit for character stats in the game. In the case of Damien's Farsight, the game provides a sight range of plus 50 tiles and an accuracy score of plus 999. Here, 999 means that it corrects up to the limit of 999. It's not literally adding 999 to the stat. So what if we could force this number to overflow? In a system where 999 is the limit, what if we could forcibly add one? Then what would the value be? 1000? No. The correct answer is 000. A number that exceeds the system's calculation range overflows, causing an error and starting to count from 0 again. I had verified this theory in the game before. By stacking dozens of attack buff mages and attack buff artifacts on a single person, their attack power dropped to a single digit after exceeding 999. During my game strategy days, I incorporated this into my plans against the Troll King. By forcibly applying a health regeneration buff to the Troll King, the overflowed health regeneration rate would exceed 999%, dropping to a single digit, and we could easily kill the Troll King who lost his monstrous health regen. It was a strategy exploiting a system loophole. Of course, that was in the game. The place I'm in now is harsh reality. Killing the Troll King using an overflow bug like in the game is impossible. However, the tactics I had prepared provided me with enough hints for the current situation. The Troll King possesses the highest regenerative abilities allowed in this world. So what if I could stimulate that already maxed out regenerative ability even further? What if, beyond mere recovery, I could push it to go berserk? What would happen? The boiling blood, bodily fluids, and cells of the troll. The system of regeneration and self-repair engraved into its genes. What if they overflowed beyond their limit? Wouldn't excessive regenerative ability turn into poison, causing its own body to collapse? It's worth a try. There's no other immediate viable option anyway. The surefire way to kill this brute with such ridiculous stamina regeneration would be a one-shot kill, but that's practically impossible. I'd have to employ all my defensive breaking methods and land maximum damage without a single misstep, which is an absurd idea, realistically speaking. Even a slight miss would allow her to recover through overwhelming health regeneration. So, both in theory and in practice, I had to try my original overflow strategy. More than anything, my gamer's intuition told me this is the way, the path to victory. Within a set number of turns, using the limited resources at hand, find the single solution. This is what I had done in my last 742 strategies. I felt the certainty of success that I had always felt whenever a strategy worked. Games exist to be beaten. There's always a way out, a path to survival in any situation. If I found a way, I had to walk it. So, in essence, cast healing magic on it. I explained the outline of the overflow strategy, and Damien and Saintess Margarita nodded, although apprehensively. All right, Damien, you stay here and use your magic gun to shoot healing magic at maximum output. Saintess, move with me. If Damien excels in instant healing with his magic gun, Saintess Margarita has a high overall continuous healing rate. Both could be key cards in this strategy. Damien ran up to the ramparts with his magic gun, and Margarita followed me. I had Margarita climb onto my horse first, then I got on in front of her. She awkwardly grabbed my shoulder for support. I thought I had seen all kinds of dangers after being assigned to this front line, but I never thought I would be casting healing spells on a monster. Haha. Well, there will be even stranger things down the road. When I jokingly said this, Margarita's complexion worsened. Seriously, why does everyone take my jokes so seriously? Let's go to the battlefield. With a light kick, my horse broke into a gallop. Margarita let out a small scream from behind, but I ignored it and accelerated even more. The battlefield where the defense forces and the Troll King were engaged in a chaotic fight rapidly closed in. What a mess! The defensive line was in shambles. Wah wah dash. Coolin and the penal squad were the first to charge in, but thwack, thud. It didn't work. Annoyed, the Troll King casually grabbed them one by one and flung them aside. Even if her attack power was considered low for a boss monster, the sheer physical strength of that hulking mass of muscles was never going to be low. Members of the penal squad were rolling on the ground, screaming. Dragon Blood Knights! At dusk Bringar's command, her 4 knights instantly readied their weapons and formed up behind her. Draw your swords. Defensive formation. As you command. An SSR-ranked party of 5 skillfully set up their defensive formation to block the creature. Thud, thud, thud. Despite being assaulted by magic, swords, and spears, the creature simply continued walking forward. The knights, flustered by this unprecedented situation, lost their defensive capabilities, breaking their formation and scattering in all directions. Grara, Duskbringer, who had somehow clung to the front of the Troll King with her small body, let out a scream as she struggled to hold the monster back, her face turning red. Is this bastard insane? Yeah, definitely insane. Just based on its stats, it possessed regenerative abilities comparable to Damien's Farsight. If Damien's Farsight was described as a mistake by the gods, then this creature was on the same level. While Duskbringer held it back, Godhand and Bodybag completed setting up the barricade. Grinding her teeth, Duskbringer retreated, and the Troll King nonchalantly advanced, pushing aside the iron-barred barricade as if it were a mere inconvenience. Wiping the sweat from her chin, Duskbringer ground her teeth again. Have you always been dealing with monsters like this? No, not always. Sometimes we get these hellishly difficult ones. If you're already having a hard time with this one, you're in for a treat. We've dealt with crazier ones in the past. When I briefly explained about the monsters we had faced, including Celendian, Jormungandr, and Lunard, Duskbringer let out a squawk. Is the monster frontline some kind of insane place? Yes. Not really surprising. Haha. Your Highness. A voice echoed from the wall at that moment. Turning around, I saw a geometric magic circle spread out above the wall. Dozens of colored magical elements were swirling around in a complex spell formula. Beneath it, Junior, looking more relaxed than before, grinned like a fox. Preparation complete. Great. Let's start. I stretched out my hand forward and yelled. Operation Overflow. Commence. Simultaneously, Junior's elemental disassembly erupted. Above the Troll King's head, a halo-like ring appeared, shining brightly, and a dazzling beam of light poured over the area. The next moment, a crack appeared in thin air, as if a mirror had shattered. Crack dash! It burst into pieces. At the same time, all the magical elements surrounding the Troll King were disassembled at once. Witnessing this spectacle, Duskbringer screamed in astonishment. What kind of magic is this? Come on, if you're going to be surprised at every single thing, we're going to have a problem here. Chapter 314. Junior's ultimate magic, elemental disassembly, struck the Troll King. It reduced the monster's magical defense to negative numbers. Now, it would take true damage plus additional damage from all magical attacks. Elemental disassembly lasts for about 10 minutes. In game terms, that's 3 turns. I have to settle this within that time frame. Organizing my thoughts, I shouted, "Lucas! Evangeline! Go!" Lucas and Evangeline, who had been waiting, gripped their weapons and lunged forward. A long sword made of otherworldly silver and a lance blade attached to a cavalry lance emitted an eerie metallic gleam. Standing behind those 2 knights, I emphasized, "Drive your weapons in as deep as possible and then retreat." Roger. I wish these additional enhancements were permanent. The 2 knights charged like a gust of wind, splitting to each side of the Troll King. Clang! Thud! They struck simultaneously with perfect timing. As Lucas' long sword emitted a dazzling array of lights and executed strike of will, the Troll King's thick hide was instantly torn. At that moment, Evangeline's cavalry lance burrowed roughly into it. "Let's burn it all down." As Evangeline roared, a spirit scattering red light along the lance's surface ignited flames. The spirit on the lance was Ifrit. Boom! With a colossal explosion, the lance pierced through the Troll King's back entirely. Clink! Simultaneously, Evangeline detached the lance blade attached to her lance. She left only the blade stuck in the monster's belly and tumbled back like a flying squirrel. Arg! The Troll King screamed in rage, an agonizing moan escaping from its pierced belly. It tried to nonchalantly pull out the lance blade with its hands. But that's not happening. Seizing the moment, Lucas rushed in from the side. The Troll King's hands were together in front of it, trying to pull out the lance blade. Thump! Lucas' long sword forcefully punctured and stuck through both of the Troll King's wrists. Gore! The Troll King let out a bewildered groan. With a lance blade in its belly and a long sword through its wrists like handcuffs, it tried to twist its body to remove the long sword. But the sword in its wrists hindered its movement. Struggling pathetically was all it could do. Mission complete. We did as instructed, Senior. Retreating to their positions, Lucas and Evangeline shouted. I lifted my hand high. Burn out. Lily. Now. Fire everything. Almost simultaneously with my cry, the frontline fortress walls flashed. Thump. 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 Boom, boom, boom. A barrage rained down. Hundreds of arrows imbued with explosive attributes showered like a downpour. At the same time, the attack-type artifacts installed on the walls unleashed attacks in unison. These were NR-grade attack-capable artifacts that couldn't be installed on Crossroads walls, so we had them all here at this forward base. As hundreds of arrows, with their tips blazing in crimson, and over 100 artifacts unleashed their attacks all at once, the sight was rather magnificent. Simultaneously, I shouted, "If you have a means of magical attack, unload it all." Before my words even ended, Duskbringer let out another dragon breath. Godhand conjured lances filled with magical power, and Bodyback hurled them with precision. Our allies unleashed every magical attribute attack they had, and its power was whoosh boom boom, absolutely overwhelming. A giant column of fire sword, and a terrible storm of magical power raged along with a tremendous heat. Evangeline, who had quickly run up to protect me, raised her shield. Wouldn't this much be overkill? No, that won't be the case. I'd be grateful if it could just die, but even after focusing on magic attacks and depleting its magic defense, the Troll King had a ridiculous amount of base HP, and it was regenerating even as we fought. It's not like all of our attacks landed at the same time, so a one-turn kill was realistically difficult. As expected, Quadaduke, Quadjik. In the midst of a horrifying storm of magical power, the Troll King moved, its flesh burning and regenerating. Chayahat, Chengang. The scene of the beast pulling out the holy longsword that had been skewering its wrist came into view. Blood vaporized in the intense heat, flying in all directions as the beast grasped the spear blade lodged in its chest. Now's the time. When I give the signal, everyone stop attacking at once, simultaneously, I shouted as I slowly raised my hand. Damien and Saintus, heal the beast with all you've got. Behind me, Margarita gulped as she cast healing magic. I trust Damien is getting ready on his own. Chulgaruk, Chulgaruk, Pukdash. The moment the Troll King pulled out the holy spear blade from its chest. Now! I yelled, swinging my arm down sharply. Flash! A bright white beam of light shot from the wall and pierced the Troll King's chest. Damien's max power healing magic bullet. Combining the 5 healing magic bullets he could create in a day into one. Then enhancing its healing power by injecting all the remaining magic power, he sniped. Simultaneously, Margarita's level 2 skill, the area healing platform Call of Sanctuary, unfolded. The area under the Troll King glowed brightly, granting substantial health regeneration buffs to everyone standing in the zone. Whack! Immediately after, Margarita activated her passive skill, Grace of the Goddess, converting her remaining divine power into healing magic and unleashed it all on the Troll King. This isn't the end. Extra bloody service. I hurled all the stored healing potions from my inventory without holding back. All top-tier healing potions. Chengrang dash. Kaya. Confused by the healing magic bullet, healing spells, and a barrage of potions, the Troll King looked utterly lost. It was probably the first time Shed faced a situation like this, so her confusion was understandable. Alright, monster, let me break down your situation for you. First, we lodged holy weapons into your body. These holy weapons were forged to kill vampires, enhanced with cursed wood to maximize the healing reduction effect. While these weapons are embedded in your body, your natural regenerative abilities are suppressed. Of course, even with the suppression, your health regeneration is so ridiculous that we can't actually kill you. Just like building a mud dam in a large river can't completely stop the water flow. But the mud dam can regulate the flow to some extent. That's the role of these holy weapons. At this point, we use elemental disassembly to lower your magical defense to the negatives and maximize magical damage. Until your body is damaged to its limits. Until your body is struggling to regenerate. And then you pull out the holy weapons from your body. The healing reduction effect is lifted, and your regeneration suddenly returns to its normal levels. The mud dam breaks. At the same time, we pour all the healing magic and recovery methods we have onto you. A deluge ensues. The regenerative abilities, like a river, swell from the sudden downpour and the breaking of the dam, going completely out of control. The overflowing river water devours everything downstream. In the game, it was just a simple change in the regeneration buff numbers. But this was reality. In a short time, the regeneration rate had plummeted, then surged past its maximum limit and ran amok, swallowing up the body whole. Crunch, squelch. The flesh and bones of the Troll King, which had been damaged and then recovered, did more than just regain their original shape. They overflowed. Yuk? For the first time, a pained scream escaped from the Troll King's mouth. Squelch, crack, crunch. A horrifying sound filled the area. The sound of flesh swelling, the sound of bones growing and misaligning. Hundreds of strands of muscle erupted from the body like protruding ropes, and the skeleton expanded, tearing through the flesh and erupting from all over the body. The runaway regeneration was indiscriminate, forcing even unnecessary parts to regenerate and grow. K.E.H. At the end of its agonizing scream, crunch, crunch, poof. Having forcibly crossed the limits of regeneration allowed for mortals, the Troll King had become a grotesque, enormous mound of flesh. I looked at the continually expanding thing and clicked my tongue briefly. This has turned really gruesome.
Gehelp, gehelp.
Continued to swell, and simultaneously it crumbled. It no longer even resembled a troll. It was closer to an abomination or a rag golem. Ugh! My stomach feels queasy. Evangeline gagged. Even without saying it, everyone looked sick. Though we had fought on the front lines and grown accustomed to blood and corpses, the scene before us was clearly a bit too gory. But the one who had made my enemy this way was me. Facing my enemy without avoidance. I muttered. Who knows what would have happened if we leave it alone any longer? The body could keep expanding, or it could have actually started moving like a true rag golem. We need to end it before any other variables came into play. KH Hawk. And, whether the opponent is a monster or not, it's not like I enjoy watching it squirm in pain. Let's put it out of its misery. Prepare to incinerate it immediately. All troops, ready the fire weapons. The soldiers who had been waiting on the ramparts reloaded their cannons and ballistae. It had already lost its defenses. The excessive regeneration had caused abnormal growth, but its body couldn't withstand that regeneration and was collapsing. Regeneration and collapse had been repeated to the point where the extremities of the body were collapsing faster than they could regenerate. We could finish this. Fire! I stretched out my hand and shouted. Unleash the firepower. All of it. Boom! Boom!
Hud, hud, hud.
Projectiles and arrows flew from the ramparts and pierced the monster's body. Quum! Immediately after, a series of explosions and flames filled the area. The monster wasn't dead. Even after being torn apart by our concentrated bombardment, even as its massive swollen body was burning and shrinking, it continued to struggle. It was still moving north, into human territory, to annihilate humanity. Kyaha, he, kahat. With not a single part of its body intact, the Troll King continued to crawl. With a boiling voice, for the first time, it uttered words. They were simple. Human, kill, all. World, burn, all. What for? What was it that drove them to despise humanity to this extent? As the Troll King crawled all the way to my feet, I pulled the pistol agate from my coat and bang, bang, bang dash, planted bullets in its head. The Troll King stopped moving. It was over. Phew! I took a brief breath and turned around. The heroes and soldiers appeared dazed and confused. Maybe it was because they'd never encountered such an opponent before. Their faces showed that they didn't know what to do. This is when I need to go a little overboard. We've won. I raised my arms high and shouted. We've proven it again today. No matter what monster comes at us, we can fend it off. A familiar light returned to the eyes of my subordinates, replacing the previous despair. The joy of victory. Yes, I hope you all can always live embracing just that joy. Heroes who saved the world once again today. I grinned and shouted again. Let's go home. Stage 13. Clear. Stage MVP. Jupiter Jr. SSR. Leveled up characters. Main party. Ash, EX, LV.50, 1. You can advance to the third job. Jupiter Jr. SSR. LV.58, 1. Sub-Party 1, Penal Squad. Kulin, SR. LV.52, 1. Tuesday R. LV.46, 1. Wednesday R. LV.46, 1.
Baki, R. LV.46, 1.
On the Rock R. LV.44, 1. Sub-Party 2, Shadow Squad. Godhand, SR. LV.48, 1. Bodybag R. LV.43, 1.
Burnout, SR. LV.43, 2. Lili, R. LV.38, 1. Margarita, R. LV.42, 2.
Characters who are dead or injured. None. Acquired items. Troll Legion Fluid, 411. Troll Legion Magic Stone, 179. Troll Royal Guard Magic Core, R10. Troll Sorcerer Magic Core, SR2. Troll King Magic Core, SSR1. Rewards for clearing the stage have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Summon Scroll. Troll King, Player Skill. R-Grade Reward Box, 5. SR Grade Reward Box, 2. Get ready for the next stage. A. Stage 14. Bestowed Sword, Chapter 3:15. In the world, cleaning up is often more troublesome than making a mess. When are we going to finish cleaning up all this and go home? Evangeline heaved a sigh as she surveyed the field of troll corpses strewn across the southern outskirts of the forward base. Monster carcasses are valuable. They're also a major source of income for Crossroad. First, the crucial resource magic stones are collected. If there are more usable materials, those are also separated and gathered. In the case of trolls, it's their bodily fluids. They're handy as potion ingredients and they fetch a good price. So, all the soldiers were occupied with post-battle cleanup, collecting and separating monster parts. As for me, I was just standing back and watching. Evangeline was in the process of shoving the body of the Troll King to one side, making a noise like you. The Troll King's body was enormous, and its regeneration had been devastated. Even the task of gathering it up for incineration was an ordeal. There's no end to this cleanup, haha. Evangeline panted like a puppy as she stuck out her tongue. Watching her, I chuckled. Work hard, and it'll be over soon. If you help, Senior, it'll be over even sooner, don't you think? Aha. Why would a commander like me get involved in this kind of work? You always show up on the front lines during battles. Ha ha ha. Taking unfair advantage is one of the privileges of being a commander. I was actually considering helping out, but the soldiers vehemently discouraged me. They said they'd feel more uncomfortable if I did this sort of work. Sometimes it's better to not interfere where you're not needed. I figured it'd be tactless for a commander, so I stepped back. What about the Troll King? What if we had captured it alive? Evangeline asked, wiping the sweat from her forehead. We could have had an infinite supply of potion ingredients. There's no need to take on additional risk just to get some potions. Even if we did capture it, where would we keep it? And there's no guarantee that we could restrain it safely. It's better to kill it if you can. Fortunately, things went according to plan and we could eliminate it. I did prepare, become mine, just in case we couldn't kill it. Just like when we defeated the vampire Lord Celendian at Stage 5. Junior would use elemental disassembly to turn the enemy's magic stats into negative, and then I would consecutively use my first skill, Gaze of Command, and second skill, Become Mine. I could then definitively turn the enemy's boss monster into my captured monster. But I didn't want to use it. The reason is the same as it was with Celendian. I can't control them. When you use various mind control methods to recruit enemies as allies, the higher the rank of the monster, the harder it is to control. If it's a boss-level creature, you can consider it completely uncontrollable. In this world, even human mercenaries occasionally rebel and cause trouble. Expecting these monsters, designed to hate humans, to peacefully become my subordinates is absurd. Having a boss-level monster in the allied camp would also cause a lot of negative impact. These bastards emit malicious energy passively. My soldiers' morale would be constantly cut down during battles due to that malicious energy. Imagine bringing such creatures into a city. Who knows what could happen? For these reasons, I'm not capturing boss-level monsters. It's better to capture lower-level random mobs. Surprisingly, their loyalty increases quickly. Although I haven't mentioned it, I did capture one random mob each from stage 11, 12, and 13. All of them are safely stored in a specialized space. Kind of feels like playing Pokemon. It's a waste, you know? We could have tied up the Troll King and extracted its blood for infinite potion production. Don't say something that terrifying with such a calm face. It was a tantalizing thought. If we could safely operate the factory, we could have produced potions almost indefinitely. But in the end, they were just potions. We already had a variety of healing methods available. It wasn't like we were short on funds. Keeping boss monsters alive just for the sake of extra items was, in my judgment, a low-return high-risk move. By the way, that incredible regenerative power was really fascinating. Evangeline rested her chin on her hand and hummed. Do you think we could harness that tremendous regenerative power if we make equipment from the Troll King's magic core? That's not a bad idea. How about troll hide armor? Wah! No way. Absolutely not. Stop making me wear monster armor. Evangeline squealed at my teasing comment and dashed away, yelling. Seems like the armor was a deal-breaker. As I watched Evangeline disappear into the distance, Duskbringer approached me, her expression weary. You wage war in unusual ways, Ash. The enemies are unusual, so I have to get creative. Come to think of it, this was the Dragon Lattice first defense battle debut. Maybe I should ask for her impressions. How was it, fighting against these monsters? Did you find it manageable? Ugh, I must admit, I underestimated those creatures. Duskbringer scratched the back of her head awkwardly. The dungeon within that deep lake, and the horde of monsters invading here, they're not ordinary threats. Even if the entire army of my homeland were stationed here, we would have struggled. She was right. When facing these creatures, you need not only a large or powerful army but also the ability to adapt to the creature's unusual abilities. You have to take a hit to learn. Their bizarre gimmicks were too numerous to count. Any army would have had a tough time dealing with them. I'm just scraping by thanks to my experience. Duskbringer extended her small hand to pat me gently on the head. You've held on well, Third Prince. Allow me to commend you. It's not me who has held on. I didn't shake off her hand and instead looked at the soldiers in the southern fields. The people of this land are the ones who have held on. All I brought was strategic experience. Ultimately, the front line was held by the people's deaths, sacrifices, and blood, sweat, and tears. And in the future, it will have to be built the same way. By the way, your subordinates are certainly not ordinary. As I thought about the people who had died defending this place, Duskbringer slapped me on the back with a cheerful voice. The wizard's magic was exceptional, and the skills of the two knights were not ordinary either. It seems like you haven't shown all your cards yet. Duskbringer glanced towards the wall. And that sniper's eye. On the wall, Damien was busy rearranging his magic guns. When our eyes met, an awkward Damien gave a small wave. I also waved back, smiling awkwardly. I was already impressed by his sniping skills, but you have no idea how surprised I was the moment our eyes met. I've never seen anything like it. Where did you find such a kid? Rather than finding him, he rolled into my life on his own. I see. Duskbringer slightly narrowed her large pumpkin-colored dragon eyes and gazed at me intently. Most importantly, you, Ash. Yes. You're the most impressive of all. How did you come up with such a strategy on the fly? Ah, haha. Before coming here, it wasn't as if my 742 losses were particularly beneficial. Maybe it's just because I'm naturally talented. In classic Ash fashion, I boldly bragged about myself. Duskbringer, who had been looking at me as if she couldn't believe her ears, eventually broke into a mischievous smile. Your warriors are more impressive than I thought. If we had proceeded with the agreed-upon 5v5 battle, it would have been quite interesting. Want to have a friendly match later? I playfully swayed my body in front of Duskbringer. She grinned, revealing her sharp teeth. A friendly match. It might be beneficial for both of us, but fighting seriously requires some stakes. Still aiming for control of Crossroad, are you? Of course. I am a woman born of evil dragon's blood. After all, I'm just biding my time, waiting for the right moment next to you. Well, then go stand in line. The heir to the Cross family is also eyeing Crossroad and trying to take it from me. While we were having this sort of conversation, I saw Lucas and the soldiers returning from the southern plains. It looked like the long and arduous task of cleaning up the bodies was almost done. Monster corpses were gathered in one place, and oil was being poured on them. Reporting, my lord. The disposal of the monster corpses is nearly complete. Lucas handed me a report detailing the collected items and added, "We also retrieved the long sword and Evangeline's spearhead that were stuck in the Troll King. But are they intact?" "No, they are beyond use now." Lucas showed me the retrieved long sword and spearhead with a bitter smile. They were broken, cracked, rusted. A total mess. Kelly Bay had poured her soul into crafting those masterpieces, and now they were ruined. "It was the first weapon you ever crafted for me. Don't be too disheartened. If we give them to Kelly Bay, we can salvage some of the material. It's a universal rule in RPGs that blacksmiths can reclaim some of the materials from broken equipment. We will salvage what we can, especially since the material is valuable. You'll get a new weapon soon, anyway." I was planning to restore Luke's signature equipment, bestowed sword, soon. It's an endgame level weapon that will be of great assistance. Once we finish his armor, accessories, and skill set, Lucas will be fully equipped to carry us to victory in this game. When the bestowed sword came up, Lucas' face hardened again. My once smiling face also slowly hardened. "What's the matter? Don't tell me you really lost it, right?" I will go clean up the battlefield then." "Hey, where do you think you're going?" "Lucas." "Hey." Lucas hurriedly turned and ran away. "Damn it. Now I'm really worried. Where's your signature item?" Victory parties are another unspoken rule of warfare. That night, another grand feast was held in the central square. It was late autumn, so the weather was chilly. The soldiers gathered around bonfires, wrapped in blankets, drinking and eating meat. We'll have to hold victory celebrations indoors from the next defensive battle. There's no indoor facility capable of accommodating this many people. Everyone will have to get takeout food delivered to their quarters. Well, it's still better than getting sick from drinking and eating outside in the dead of winter. After mingling at the party until midnight, I returned alone to the Lord's Mansion's office. Ugh. Bleck. The liquor I had earlier had ruined my taste buds. But those barbaric mercenaries had tricked me into drinking troll blood mixed with alcohol, claiming it was good for vitality. Since it's the main ingredient for potions that help with health regeneration, it would naturally be beneficial in that regard. Or so I thought. What good is it for boosting stamina when I have no use for it? Who's making fun of me here? Anyway, I'm not the type to refuse a recommended drink, so I drank without much thought. This damn troll brew had no taste to it. Evangeline made some ridiculous comment like, "Will drinking this make me taller?" And, despite being a minor, sneakily took a sip. She promptly got drunk and passed out. Godhand and Lily, both quite drunk, were crossing their arms and doing love shots, cursing like sailors. Ugh, what a distasteful couple. Not sure about the stamina, but Saintess Margarita gulped it down like water next to me, claiming it was definitely effective for fatigue recovery. I made my escape. I had to get out of this insane scene. Is there anything to rinse my mouth with? Fortunately, a kettle was boiling on the heater in my office. I quickly poured myself some warm tea and took a sip. Feels like I've been revived. I regained my senses. I sat down at the office desk. I had a reason for leaving the banquet early. Level 50. Finally reached it. I opened the system window to confirm the number 50 once more and threw my arms up in the air, celebrating like a striker who just scored a goal. Hell yes. Finally, it's time for the third job change. In other words, I can finally unlock my ultimate skill. Hero characters have 4 skills: passive, first skill, second skill, and ultimate. Fighting without an ultimate is essentially like sealing away 25% of your full power. Moreover, the ultimate completes a character. In reality, more than 30% of my full power was sealed away. Now, where's the symbol? All level 50 players, commonly known as Awakeners, get a unique symbol somewhere on their body. I looked into a small mirror placed on my office desk. My awakening symbol appeared at the center of my neck, around the collarbone area. I tilted the rebel's necklace I was wearing to better examine the shape of the symbol. It was an indistinguishable geometric figure. What is this? A clock spring? Old burn scars from the tutorial period were still there, making it hard to determine the exact shape. Who cares about its shape? I covered the symbol with my necklace and chuckled to myself as I rubbed my hands. All right, let's confirm this now. Please. BOP. Ultimate skill. Give me at least one. I opened the character stat window in the system menu and shouted, "Did I get an OP skill?" Chapter 316. EX. Level 50. Titles: Lord of Crossroads / The Crazy Third Prince. Job: Tyrant of the Battlefield. Strength 13, Agility 22, Intelligence 50, Stamina 20, Magic Power 35. After my third job advancement, my designated job title became Tyrant of the Battlefield. A cool name, but let's move on for now. I glossed over my mediocre stats, barring intelligence. I scrolled down and opened my skill window. Gritting my teeth, I looked through the content. Oh gods, let this be good. Own skills. Passive, Unyielding Commander. Skill 1, Gaze of Command. Skill 2, Become Mine. Ultimate skill, Imperial Edict. Ultimate skill, Imperial Edict? I stammered as I read the name of my ultimate skill. It made sense. I'd never seen this skill before. After all, this commander class was not a role existing in the game. Anyway, I opened up the description for the ultimate skill. Imperial Edict. Special equipment. Flag required. Declares a large area as the territory of the faction you belong to, exercising authority within it. For allies within the territory, apply all beneficial effects that the user possesses. For enemies within the territory, apply all harmful effects that the user possesses. There is no limit to the number of summoned entities within the territory. If the declared area is enemy territory, it enters a conquest war state, and winning will transfer control of the area. What is this? My mouth fell open slightly. Indeed, the commander class had abilities that were entirely distinct from other jobs. I'd never seen or heard of an ultimate skill that functioned like this. Let's take it step by step. First, the prerequisites. Special equipment: a flag is required. A flag? What's that? Am I supposed to wave the Imperial flag around? So, am I going to fight using a flag from now on? I briefly imagined myself wielding a flagpole to strike down enemies. Could be cool, I guess. But it seems heavy. I'd already set aside the commander-exclusive longsword because it was too cumbersome. I was walking around with just a pistol and a staff. Could I manage a large, fluttering flag? Come to think of it, my exclusive equipment was a flag, too. I've been collecting Great Commander's flag fragments. When I gather all of them, they become the Great Commander's flag, EX. Am I becoming a literal standard bearer? I'd have to stop by the forge to ask if any special abilities could be attached to the flag. If anyone would know, it'd be Kelly Bay. Setting aside the flag issue for now. Next, declares a large area as the territory of the faction you belong to, exercising authority within it. A simple description of the skill. So what? I draw a line on the ground and say, from here on, it's mine? I'd need to look into the details to be more certain. For allies within the territory, apply all beneficial effects that the user possesses. All beneficial effects that I possess are applied to allies? As I touched the system window, a list of beneficial effects appeared. Let's see. Passive skill, Unyielding Commander. Traits: Attack Totem, Defense Totem, Super Buffer, Main Order. Aha, I see. So, within the territory I've declared with Imperial Edict, all my allies under my command could benefit from those skills and traits. Immunity to mental statuses, attack power buffs, defense power buffs. Sweet deal. What's more, this isn't the end. If I obtain more traits related to ally buffs, they could be additionally applied. I should gather all the ally buff traits. I clenched my fist and reaffirmed my resolve. It'll become the ultimate buff shuttle. Next up, let's see. For enemies within the territory, apply all harmful effects that the user possesses. As soon as I touched the system window, a list of my acquired beneficial effects appeared. First skill, Unyielding Commander. Success rate increased Second skill, Gaze of Command Effect Addition Va Adjustment. Interesting. I nodded. It declared the area around me as my territory, giving buffs to my allies and debuffs to my enemies, all within the confines of the skills and traits I possessed. Normally, one could acquire an unlimited number of traits, but could only equip up to 3. That's why people usually pick and choose, a process known as trait work. But I had to go the opposite way. In this space, all my acquired traits could be applied. So, I needed to grab everything I could. I recalled the list of useful buff va debuff traits and read the next description. There is no limit to the number of summoned entities within the territory. Wow! Did I read that wrong? This seemed a bit crazy. Summoning magic. In the game, it was a player-exclusive skill, one of the few ways a player who always let game characters do the fighting could directly intervene. I've been making good use of it since my possession. I could use 2 types of summons. One was a boss monster that could be summoned using a one-time scroll, luckily dropped. The other was a defense tower which could be built by acquiring blueprints, researching in an alchemy workshop, and using a magic core as payment. Both were classified as summons, and until now only one could be summoned at a time. Each was a powerful strategic weapon, deployed at just the right moments to tip the scales of battle. But now the number restriction was lifted. Of course, the value of summons does decline in the later stages. In the early stages, when heroes are weak and soldiers are scarce, summons are incredibly helpful. However, after heroes have fully grown and both the quality and quantity of soldiers have been supplemented, the relative strength of summons drops. Monsters get stronger too. But even so, if there were no restrictions on the number, that changes the dynamics entirely. What if I construct dozens of automatic defense towers at the same time? I shivered involuntarily, imagining dozens of turrets spewing massive fireballs. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Of course, ITLL eat up a lot of magic cores. Each defense tower required 1 magic core to summon. Currently, I had access to 3 types of towers: an automatic defense tower that fired magic projectiles, a tank unit called Shield Tower that provoked enemies in a wide area, and a newly acquired magic tower specializing in crowd control and slow effects. Each required a magic core of R grade or higher, N grade or higher, and SR grade or higher, respectively. For a one-time summon, it was a staggering cost. Even though I had gotten fairly affluent, magic cores weren't a strategic resource to be expended lightly. Still, if I could just dump magic cores to build as many towers as I wanted, the genre of the game changes, from character defense to tower defense. This skill could literally be a game changer. The more variables I could secure, the better. Satisfied, I skimmed the last line. If the area declared as territory is an enemy zone, it will enter a conquest war state, and if victorious, you can seize control of that area. I blinked, not quite understanding. What exactly did that mean? Go into a dungeon, plant a flag, declare it as my territory, and then activate Conquest War to fight and win. I can claim that dungeon as mine? Beyond just completing a dungeon and opening a safe zone, I could actually claim that specific dungeon territory as my own? Really? If that's really possible, the future landscape of dungeon exploration would change. I could slowly snatch away those lands tainted by nightmares. They'll have to go and test the actual effects to verify. After reading the skill description multiple times and confirming it, I sank into my chair with a long sigh. Not bad. No, it's actually pretty good. What I wanted wasn't strong firepower or immense tanking capabilities. My party members were more proficient and competent at those things. What I wanted was the ability to support those allies more efficiently. And the ability to create variables, something unexpected. In that regard, this ultimate skill, Imperial Edict, was exactly what I had wished for. Or is it the other way around? The ultimate skill is a culmination of a character's essence. In other words, it could be considered the conclusion that character has reached through living and growing. I had wished for this kind of skill, so my ultimate skill manifested in this form. That seemed a plausible way to look at it. They'll need to order some flags when the day breaks. With a legendary strength stat of 13 at level 50, I had no idea how long I could carry the flags around. Should I start doing push-ups starting tomorrow? The next day, I was about to head to the blacksmith in a good mood when an unexpected guest showed up in the morning. Your Majesty, it was Godhand. Why are you here after having such a good time with your girlfriend last night? Didn't have enough fun? Huh? I stopped myself from asking half jokingly and half angrily, because Godhand's expression was extremely serious. I came because I have something important to discuss. What is it? Once inside the mansion, Godhand quickly scanned the surroundings before leaning in and lowering his voice. You're aware that Crossroad is currently allowing unrestricted access for outsiders, correct? That's right. We don't discriminate against any guests. As long as they aren't monsters, there's no reason to turn away people who have made it all the way to this remote southern region. Godhand scanned the surroundings once more before whispering to me. Just yesterday, spies dispatched from the imperial family infiltrated this city. I swallowed in surprise. Spies from the imperial family? Does that mean? Yes, they are agents from the Aegis Special Forces, sent by Lord Fernandez. I furrowed my brows. I was busy dealing with Lark, so why go to the trouble of keeping tabs on me at a time like this? They didn't come to engage in any operations. Apparently, they felt their intelligence network had gotten weak and came to reinforce it. Felt like quite some time ago. There was an incident where we rooted out spies from the monster front lines here. Those caught at the time were Saintess Margarita and Godhand. Both were reporting to Fernandez on behalf of the imperial family. Margarita had since ceased her spy activities and focused solely on her clerical duties. I had looked the other way, and Godhand had become my double agent. Still pretending to be under Fernandez, he had been reporting all information between the imperial family and me without fail. This time was no different. The moment new spies were dispatched from the central government, he came to inform me right away. Leaving the fishing line out actually came in handy. The implication was that using Godhand as a double agent had proven to be quite effective. When I smirked, Godhand also gave a wry smile. The newcomers have infiltrated various parts of the city, posing as refugees. It seems they intend to gather intelligence on the city's activities and report it to the imperial family. Do as you please. I have no intention of stopping every little thing. Just don't cause any trouble. If they had deliberately sent spies to understand the city's dynamics, stopping them from the get-go would be impossible. I had no reason to hide anything, nor did I have any grudges against Fernandez. So I decided to let it be. If all goes well, I might even be able to turn the situation to my advantage. However, Your Highness, there's something I felt I should report directly to you. The leader of the dispatched spies is currently... Godhand hesitated for a moment but finally spoke. Meeting with Captain Lucas. What? The unexpected news momentarily stumped me. What's going on? The spies Fernandez sent. Why are they meeting Lucas? Chapter 317. Lucas stood on a barren hill just outside the east gate of Crossroad. The southern gate of Crossroad had its defenses. The western gate led to a communal cemetery, and the northern gate connected to another city. Unlike the other three gates that were always bustling with people, the east gate was always a quiet place. That's why Lucas often came here when he had things to ponder alone. Sigh. With a faint sigh, Lucas took something out from his belongings. It was the hilt of bestowed sword. The blade was broken and gone, leaving only the worn and crude hilt shaking pitifully in Lucas' hand. It had lost its function as a sword long ago. Yet Lucas kept it, always carrying it with him, because it was both precious and painfully significant. Hey Lucas, you still got the hilt of the first sword you used? Ash's voice, who had casually asked that question not too long ago, flashed across his mind. His master. Had he really forgotten everything? That day's events and the oath of that day. As Lucas tightly closed his lips and looked down at the hilt he held. Young master! Suddenly, a familiar voice of a middle-aged man reached his ears. Startled, he looked up to see a scruffy middle-aged man with a full beard, running toward him with a cheerful smile. Mason? Yes, young master. The eternal loyal servant of the McGregor family, Mason. The middle-aged man, Mason, was enormous. His broad shoulders and thick build resembled that of a bear. Strapped to his back was a great sword almost as big as a man. This burly middle-aged man ran up to Lucas and stopped before him. A surprised Lucas nervously uttered his name. "It's been a long time, Mason. How many years has it been?" "Since the McGregor family's swordsmanship dojo closed, it's been roughly 8 years. You've grown splendidly, young master." Mason seemed deeply moved by this long-awaited reunion, his eyes tinged with red. "I heard through the grapevine about your military exploits on the Southern Front. To think you've grown into a fine knight that doesn't tarnish the McGregor name. This Mason is overwhelmed." Feeling the weight of the compliment, Lucas gave a forced smile. The McGregor family, where Lucas was born, was once a prestigious knightly family that had produced the Empire's best swordsmen for generations. That was until about 100 years ago, before the head of the McGregor family was implicated in treason a century ago. Although the family narrowly escaped complete extinction due to their previous accomplishments, the head lost his life, and the family diminished. Since then, they had not even produced a respectable swordsman, becoming an inconsequential declining nobility on the verge of disappearing. When it came to Lucas' generation, they were struggling to even maintain the family, ultimately closing down their long-standing swordsmanship dojo. Mason had been an instructor at the McGregor Swordsmanship Dojo. At the same time, he was also a lifelong servant who had faithfully served the McGregor family. When the dojo closed and the McGregor family was about to vanish into the annals of history, Mason had tightly hugged Lucas and wept inconsolably. They had lost touch since then. Now they were reunited in this southern hinterland. "You probably know that I've been serving as Prince Ash's guard." Pointing his chin toward Crossroad, Lucas looked at Mason and asked, "So how have you been all these years, Mason?" Mason grinned and said, "After that day, I enlisted under the command of Prince Fernandez, the second prince." He declared his allegiance openly, without any reservation. Because he had long supported our McGregor family, it was only natural. "Ah!" Lucas, caught off guard, stammered and then chuckled awkwardly. "Is that so? Even now?" "Yes, I've been working with Aegis Special Forces since then. My primary duty is," Mason finally said it outright, "espionage. I was dispatched this time to monitor the activities on the Southern Front." Lucas' voice turned icy, his brow furrowing. "Mason, what are you trying to? Do you know, young master? The Aegis Special Forces I belong to is a gathering of people who are backed into a corner." Mason nonchalantly blabbed, scratching his scruffy beard. "People who have nothing left to sell but their souls to the devil gather in this special force. That was the way of the Aegis Special Forces. They exploited the vulnerabilities of those who had lost their footing, taking hostage what they would give their lives to attain. Any mission given they would gladly undertake. I was no different. To achieve my goal, I willingly sold this soul to General Fernandez." Lucas opened his eyes wide and asked coldly, "And what goal is that?" "The revival of the McGregor family." Staring into Lucas' piercing blue eyes, the old servant still loyal to the McGregors recited menacingly, "That is the only thing I desire. The McGregor family is already over, sir." Lucas continued to gaze at the hilt of the bestowed sword in his hand. A rusted sword with no blade. The day the blade of this sword broke years ago marked the end of the McGregor family's fate. Let go of that lingering attachment now. Live your own life.
No.
It's not over. The blood of the noblest knight flows in you, young Master Lucas. Doesn't it continue through you? "The noblest knight's blood," he said. The absurdity made Lucas chuckle without realizing it. The blood coursing through him was far from noble or knightly. If he had to pinpoint it, it would be the blood of a mad dog. A creature unsure where to sink its fangs, unable to even recognize its own master, the blood of a rabid dog. Oblivious to Lucas' self-mockery, Mason continued, I have never forgotten the revival of the McGregor family. Vulcho Mason, solely for the future with you, young master. I've endured all kinds of humiliation and days of disgrace. And finally, the time has come. Mason grinned, twisting his beard, and leaned in close to Lucas. At my constant request, General Fernandez has made a promise. Promise? Of what? General Fernandez said, if you uphold the old oath, I will absolve the family of its remaining sins, restore its honor, and reclaim its former territory and property. The old oath. At those words, Lucas' eyes momentarily closed and opened again. Swear to me, young McGregor. The face of Fernandez, who once looked down at him from the throne, gentle and intolerable, resurfaced in his mind. He had lived forgetting that old event, but it seemed he was the only one who had forgotten. The past was relentlessly catching up to Lucas, thrusting an indelible mistake back in front of him. Young Master Lucas, General Fernandez will become the Emperor. Mason said it with conviction. Lucas took a deep breath. Isn't General Fernandez currently clashing with Crown Prince Lark, who has the world's best army and commander in the imperial capital? How does he plan to stop that? Physical strength is meaningless. This war isn't about that. I, who have honed my skills in the Aegis Special Forces for 8 years, assure you, the ultimate victor of this war will be Lord Fernandez. Mason grinned. For the future of the McGregor family, consider carefully what your next move should be. What's the point of remaining loyal to that wasteful third prince in a backwater like this? Hasn't that prince done nothing but exploit and torment you all your life? Mason's logic was straightforward and clear. Abandon the useless third prince, who was holed up in a remote area and exploited his loyal subjects without any compensation. Instead, align with the clever second prince, who would soon grasp the imperial throne. Fulfill the vow you failed to keep long ago, and then, even a fallen family could rise again. Lucas chuckled bitterly, about to reply to Mason. That's when it happened. Creak. The east gate of Crossroads suddenly opened wide. Whoosh! A crowd of people poured out from within. Ha! Crossroads' east gate usually saw little traffic. The sudden appearance of dozens of people all at once was odd. Lucas looked in that direction. Mason, who also sensed something strange, did the same. Thud, 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 thud. People were rushing toward them. Leading them was Lucas. Ash. He had run so fast that his face had turned red, and the third prince of the empire yelled out loud. I found you! Arriving before Lucas in an instant, flanked by dozens of soldiers, Ash shouted without even catching his breath. Catch that guy! Yes! Dozens of soldiers raced forward with their spears, immediately surrounding Mason and tackling him to the ground. Wah! Thud! Mason was swiftly subdued without resistance. His hands were tightly bound with rope as he yelled out. What is the meaning of this? I am a refugee from the north. And, huff, huff, quit your bullshit, you spy. Ash growled, catching his breath roughly. I was willing to turn a blind eye, whether you guys stir the pot or gather information, as long as it wasn't too serious, I was willing to ignore it. Caught off guard, a flustered Mason stuttered. To Mason, Ash shouted while pointing his finger. But how dare you secretly try to scout a player from my team during the current season? That's tampering, you unethical scum. Ash vented his frustration, throwing around terms commonly used in Earth sports contracts. If you want to make a scouting offer, do it officially through me. State how much the transfer fee is. He'll at least hear you out. Not that he'll ever let him go. Wah, what? Forget it. Just throw him in jail. Watching Mason being dragged off to prison, Lucas broke into a cold sweat. Mason glanced at Lucas with pitiful eyes, but given they hadn't had an honest discussion, Lucas couldn't help him. In front of Lucas, Ash smiled as if nothing had happened. Lucas, want a raise? What? Or maybe a title. Lands? What do you want? This prince will grant it all. Any grievances, complaints, or suggestions? Speak up. Oh, is it equipment? Should I arrange better gear for you? While saying this, Ash suddenly noticed what Lucas was holding. It was the hilt of an old sword. Ha! Snatch! Ash grabbed it from Lucas' hand and smiled brightly. There was the sword you were demoted for. Ah! Found it. Hey, do you have any idea how worried I was, thinking you might mess this up? Phew. Thank God you found it, really? Slipping the hilt of the sword into his grip, Ash grinned and gave a thumbs up. I'm gonna turn this into an amazing weapon for you. You can look forward to it. With this, you'll really soar, won't you? Just trust me, all right? Lucas stared blankly for a moment before slowly uttering, My lord, you told me earlier to only trust in you, right? Huh? Oh yeah, I did. So, do you trust me, my lord? Of course. Who else would I trust if not you? What if I? Lucas slowly dropped his bright blue eyes and gently aimed at Ash's throat. Told you that I once betrayed you? The very throat he had once sought to tear open long ago. Chapter 318. Dungeon Base Camp. Blacksmith Shop. What's on your mind? Kelly Bay asked me with a concerned expression. Lost in my thoughts, I sighed and turned my head to the side. I can't figure out what my subordinates are thinking. Why? Did you have another fight? No, it's not that. I shook the bestowed sword in my hand back and forth. Should I just say that I really can't understand them? It wasn't a figure of speech. I genuinely had no clue. I had no idea what had happened between Ash and Lucas in the past, and as a result, I didn't know what Lucas wanted to do. Even if I tell you that I once betrayed my lord in the past? After dropping such a cryptic hint, Lucas applied for leave for the first time since joining this front. And then he just up and left, without telling me where he was going. Damn it. Shit. Knowing full well I'm clueless about the past, why would you zip your mouth and run away? Why not just spit it out? Ah. Sigh. I turned my head to the opposite side and let out a deep sigh. I thought if I paid them well and got along, everything would be fine, but turns out I'm entangled in a past I can't even remember. Managing a squad is more of a headache than I thought. Sigh. Squad? What are you talking about? Even while cocking his head at my complaint-laden joke, Kelly Bay diligently prepared for the equipment upgrade. I had already copied Lucas's awakening rune onto a scroll. I had found the bestowed sword, had procured all the other materials. Now only the upgrade process was left. I put the hilt of the shaking bestowed sword onto the table with a thunk. Sigh. Anyway, how long will this take? Looks like it'll take at least a week. Kelly Bay took the sword's hilt and made a noise of either admiration or exasperation, hard to tell. Anyway, this sword's hilt is intriguing. It's soaked in such deep regret. SSR-grade characters' exclusive equipment is usually tied to the character's storyline. Though some are intrinsically great items, many are rather mundane in terms of their properties. So, even after upgrading, they don't perform well when wielded by others. However, when used by the respective character, they trigger unique interactions, outperforming most endgame equipment. That's the mechanism behind exclusive equipment. Regret. So that kind of thing can imbue a weapon? Yes. Particularly this sword's hilt, it's overflowing with regret. So a blacksmith can read that too? Interesting. At this point, are you a blacksmith or more in the realm of a wizard? Heh, I did have some talent in magic. Not in releasing it, but in infusing it. That's why I chose this path. I imagined Kelly Bay in a wizard version. A bald dwarf in robes, emitting magic with a stern expression. Doesn't fit at all. Just stick to blacksmithing. You suit it so well. I turned my head and asked Hannibal, the assistant blacksmith who was on standby. By the way, are you doing a spirit enchantment this time too? I wondered if it would be possible to upgrade this weapon into a spirit weapon, like Evangeline's exclusive equipment. Hannibal shook his head vigorously. No, I don't think it's possible with this weapon. The emotion imbued is too strong. According to Hannibal, the stronger the specific emotion imbued in the equipment, the harder it is for a spirit to inhabit it. Apparently, equipment needs to be emotionally neutral for a spirit to comfortably reside within it. I wasn't sure, but could it be that spirits don't like it when household appliances are built into a new home? Come to think of it, shouldn't you be working as a spirit master rather than a blacksmith? Haha, I can communicate with spirits, but summoning them is a different story. I was able to learn some techniques for infusing while helping in the blacksmithing. Hannibal scratched his head awkwardly. Interesting. A disciple of a magical blacksmith who also is a spirit master? Now that I look at it, there do seem to be some similarities between the two. Anyway, I'm counting on you. Please upgrade my equipment to be worthy of going down in history. As a token of my request, I offered gifts of alcohol, snacks, and various medals. After cheering the two on with a fight on, I returned to Crossroad. Today, I planned to go around the city to catch up on various tasks that had piled up. Shall we go, Junior? Yahoo! Since Lucas wasn't around, I had Evangeline act as my escort for the day and diligently toured Crossroad. I stopped by the alchemy workshop to request research on a magic tower summoning scroll I had acquired earlier. I also visited the construction site for the hotel. They were currently laying the foundation. Serenade, the architect, and various experts like the head of the Stonemasons Guild and the Carpenters Guild gathered to share progress and held a meeting. After reviewing the blueprint, I nodded in satisfaction. Preparations for winter were also progressing well. Firewood, coal, and food were being distributed to every household. I also ordered winter clothes and gloves for the soldiers. Ugh, it's all expenses. I met with the citizens around the city to inquire about local issues. The simple folks of this neighborhood had no special demands. They just gave me lots of encouragement to continue taking good care of the city. After spending the entire day touring the city, it was evening. The days were short as it was winter, and it was already getting dark. I entered the prison in the center of the city. This was my last task for the day. Hey, spy! Tapping on the bars, I spoke to Mason, a fresh inmate in the cell. How's prison treating you? You are mistaken, Your Highness. Mason, the spy caught earlier today, looked at me as if he had been wronged by the world. I am just a poor refugee with no home. I am definitely not a spy. Please believe me. Bullshit. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Look at yourself, big guy. Mason had a more imposing physique than any hero under my command. He was shorter than Coolin but much broader, so he looked even larger. The one-person cell even seemed cramped because of him. Wow, look at those veins popping on his arms. His strength stat must be several times higher than mine. There's no way this sturdy-looking man is a refugee. Maybe if he had infiltrated as a mercenary, I would have bought it. Let's not play dumb, shall we? Just spill the beans since you're already caught. I pulled a chair outside the cell, sat down, and snapped my fingers. You're from Aegis Special Forces, right? Which team? Hey! Stroking his beard and smiling ruefully, Mason shrugged his shoulders. Surprisingly, I was leading the first team, Your Highness. How refreshing to hear you admit it. By the way, first team, huh? Sounds like you guys have something going on. What's your main job? We, of the Aegis Special Forces, all do similar stuff, spy activities. But there must be specialized areas for each team, right? With a physique as conspicuous as yours, no one would mistake you for a mere spy. Even a fool could tell you're not just gathering intelligence. Mason seemed to give up, raising both his arms in surrender. Infiltration and disrupting enemy lines, as well as suppression of armed forces, he finally admitted. I glanced over at Mason's greatsword stored in the prison's armory. It was nearly as tall as me. The Aegis Special Forces first team, in other words, seemed to represent power even within the Special Forces. So what brings you to my city, Team Leader 1? Planning to suppress some forces. How can a mere Special Forces grunt like me do anything about the monster front that's responsible for the southern border of the Empire? That's not why I'm here. Mason bowed deeply as he spoke. To be frank, ever since the destruction of the intelligence network in Crossroad, gathering information has become difficult. Our Special Forces team decided we need to reinforce the intelligence line. So additional manpower was deployed this time. Then why are you here? Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Lord Lucas is here, and I forced my way down to meet him. Mason's massive hand moved to his chest. I belong to Lord Lucas' noble house, the MacGregor. I've dedicated my life to serving the MacGregor noble house. When I got a chance to meet him after so long, how could I not come? So Lucas' surname was MacGregor. I'd heard it a few times but never committed it to memory. I realized I really didn't know anything about Lucas, despite having been his bodyguard for so long. I didn't know which noble house he belonged to, how many family members he had, or whether he got along with Ash in the past. I knew nothing. Since Lucas' acquaintance was here, I thought it might be a good time to gather some info. You seemed pretty close to Lucas, Mason? Close? I was the one who first taught him how to wield a sword. I've been watching him since he was born. Not like a son, that would be disrespectful, but more like a nephew. That's convenient. I pressed my body close to the prison bars. Could you tell me more about Lucas' childhood? Just curious. What benefits would I get from sharing that information? Well, it depends on how interesting your story is. Maybe you'll find yourself in a much more spacious and comfortable cell. Mason smirked as if amused. It's strange, Prince Ash. Huh? What is? You grew up with Lord Lucas from a young age. Mason bared his teeth, flashing a menacing grin. Why do you act like you've forgotten everything? Whoosh. Lucas stood alone on the southern wall. The chilly wind of late autumn and early winter slashed across his face. He silently absorbed the wind, looking down from the wall. He had applied for leave for the first time, yet he had no particular desires or destinations in mind. He simply wanted to run away from a past that kept catching up to him. MacGregor, MacGregor. Repeating his surname, etched into his memory like crimson letters that wouldn't fade, Lucas clenched his mouth shut. If only I could live without remembering. His surname, his memories, his past. If they could all vanish with the flow of time, that would be enough. If he could just live in the here and now, serving his Lord, that would be more than sufficient. Reality had never been so warm. Just as the seasons changed and the winter general came calling every year, the past relentlessly breathed its cold air down Lucas' neck. Ha! Lucas let out a long sigh. The weather had turned remarkably chilly, so the breath he exhaled instantly froze into a white mist. It was an early winter day like this back then too. Watching his own breath scatter like fog, Lucas thought to himself about his own past, a past dotted with memories, longings, and betrayals. Days Lucas MacGregor never wanted to revisit. Chapter 319. 15 years ago, on a winter day when white snowflakes were falling. Lucas looked down at the corpses of his parents who had died in a crash. The overturned carriage had rolled off the bridge and fallen below. It was winter, and the river under the bridge had dried up completely. There was no chance of surviving by falling into the water. The carriage was shattered into pieces, and his parents were crushed to death. Just before the carriage rolled off, Lucas was the only one who survived, thrown out by his mother. However, Lucas couldn't immediately hold a funeral for his parents. He wasn't even given time to collect their bodies. You're Lucas MacGregor, aren't you? The eldest son of the MacGregor family. A cold voice reached Lucas' ears as he looked down at his shattered parents below the bridge. It was the Capital Defense Force, who had rushed there after receiving a report of the accident. For them, escorting the surviving Lucas to their destination was a priority over recovering the corpses of the MacGregor couple. Please come this way. His Highness is waiting for you. But my parents. We will handle the recovery. Now hurry. The soldiers, seemingly unfazed, sat Lucas in a new carriage. Lucas was led away, leaving behind the corpses of his parents. It felt so unreal that he couldn't even shed tears. Shocked by the death of his parents and covered in dirt and blood from the accident, Lucas was taken to the imperial palace. To be exact, a minor palace. It was the residence of the second prince, Fernandez. It's unfortunate that the head and the wife of the McGregor family died in an accident. My deepest regrets. Tap, tap. Light footsteps resonated, coming closer to Lucas, who was kneeling. Numbly staring at the ground, Lucas slowly raised his head. I was planning to strengthen the bond between your family and mine upon introducing myself today. It's unfortunate this happened. A boy with glasses perched on the tip of his nose stood there. His shiny black hair had a red hue flowing through it, and his pitch-black eyes also held a fiery red light.
Fernandez ember keeper Everblack.
He was the 12-year-old second prince of the empire. 7-year-old Lucas shivered as he looked up at the prince. He had no clue what was going on. Fernandez gave a gentle smile, although his red eyes were not smiling at all. We should also talk about the repayment of debts. Debt, sir? Yes, debt. As you will become the head of the McGregor family, you should know. Fernandez's explanation was simple. The McGregor family was in financial ruin, they had to take on debt to survive, and Fernandez had lent them money based on the family's name. However, the McGregor family had failed to repay on time, and the interest had snowballed. I had called your parents today to discuss that debt. This is a headache. Lucas, who was just 7 years old, couldn't fully understand Fernandez's complicated words. However, even if it's unfortunate and pitiable, we can't just forget about the debt. Can we? He was perceptive enough to realize that this conversation was a matter of life and death. No, not just for him but for everyone left in the family. He instinctively understood that the fate of the McGregor family rested in the hands of the boy standing before him. He'll do whatever it takes. And so Lucas bowed his head. Just, please spare us. As he looked down at Lucas, Fernandez whispered with a faint smile. Good timing, Lucas. Huh? I have a task that suits you. Moreover, you've lost your parents and become an orphan, which makes you even more appropriate for this job. Fernandez bowed slightly, locking eyes with Lucas, who was visibly trembling. Complete this task successfully, and your family's debt will be a thing of the past. What is the task? You know my younger brother, Ash, right? The third prince, Ash-born hater Everblack. Lucas swallowed hard. How could he not know? In the Empire, there were only 3 princes, and everyone was whispering that this was the child fated to bring ruin to the nation. He's about your age. He'll take care of the formalities. All you need to do is enter his palace and become his friend. And then, Fernandez's fingers tightened on Lucas' shoulder. Monitor his every move and report back to me. So, can you do it? Yes, I will do it. Good. You're reliable, just like one would expect from a McGregor. Thump, thump. The sound of Fernandez's footsteps faded away, followed by the light scraping sound of a chair against the floor. When Lucas cautiously lifted his head, he saw Fernandez sitting at the head of the table, looking down at him. Now swear an oath to me, young McGregor. Sitting like a ruler was the prince, while looking up from his kneeling position was the fallen noble. Swear an oath of unchanging loyalty to save your family. The hierarchy was clear, and the gap seemed insurmountable. And so Lucas slowly bowed his head. It felt as if he had been bound by invisible chains. That day, Lucas, at the young age of 7, became the next head of the McGregor family. At the same time, he became a puppet dancing to someone else's tune. Right after his parents' funeral, Lucas left his home. He rode in a carriage to an unknown destination. Once again, the carriage entered the imperial palace. The carriage stopped at a palace even smaller and more modest than Fernandez's. Lucas stepped down, clutching a bag that was as big as he was, filled with his few possessions. Are you Lucas McGregor? The man who greeted Lucas looked stern. With neatly groomed hair and beard, his eyes were narrowed, emanating stubbornness. Yes, but... Welcome. I am Alberto, the chief servant. Alberto's once stiff face softened skillfully as he took the bag from Lucas' hand. I heard you'll be staying in this separate palace starting today. Give me your things and follow me. What? Oh, okay. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in mood, Lucas nervously followed Alberto deeper into the palace. When they reached a well-maintained garden, a woman was standing there, waiting for them. "My, you must be Lucas." The woman looked strikingly different from everyone else in the palace. With messy gray hair, suntanned, brown skin, and freckles, she looked like someone you could encounter in the marketplace, not in a palace. She introduced herself with a bright smile. "Imdustia." "Ah." Realizing who she was, Lucas immediately bowed. "I am honored to meet you, the second empress." Aren't you polite? I wish my son were half as courteous." Dustia covered her mouth as she laughed, then reached out to gently stroke Lucas' head. "But there's no need for such formality, Lucas. This place isn't that strict. You can be more at ease." Dustia spoke warmly, but Lucas remained stiff as a board. Sending a smile filled with compassion and affection toward Lucas, Dustia took one of his hands and led him inside. "We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Come on, let's go." Dustia's hand was rough but warm. Lucas silently followed her touch, unsure of how to react to the unfamiliar warmth. In the courtyard of the Star Palace, a girl and a boy stared in their direction with wide eyes. Bringing Lucas before them, Dustia clapped her hands. "All right, kids, listen up. As I told you this morning, starting today Lucas will be living here with us. He's younger than you both, so you'll need to take good care of him. Got it?" Dustia then introduced the two to Lucas. "This is Serenade. She's 3 years older than you and frequently visits the palace, so you'll have plenty of chances to say hello. Serenade, this is Lucas. You're the eldest among the 3 of you, so please look after him." "Yes, Mama." The girl with hair like water, Serenade, bowed deeply toward Dustia, then gave Lucas a shy smile. Lucas awkwardly averted his eyes. "And this here is my son Ash. He's a year older than you." At Dustia's gesture, the boy with black hair dashed behind Serenade to hide. Serenade chuckled briefly as if tickled, and Dustia let out an incredulous laugh. "Ash? Oh boy, hiding behind your sister again? Come out and greet Lucas. What are you so wary about? You were so excited yesterday, talking about how happy you were to get a new sibling. Now you're shy when you finally meet him? Can't even greet him? Should I do it for you?" No, I can do it." The boy with black hair timidly emerged from behind Serenade.
Ahem.
Glancing around nervously, Ash then rubbed his tiny hands on his pants and extended one for a handshake. "Hello." "Ah, hello, Your Highness." Lucas awkwardly reciprocated the handshake. Ash looked at Lucas with fascination. "So you're really going to be my bodyguard?" Lucas had been appointed as Ash's exclusive bodyguard, being the successor of the McGregor family. It was under this pretext that he was allowed to reside in the Star Palace. "Yes, Your Highness, I may still be lacking, but I promise to train diligently so that I can adequately serve as your guard." Lucas shut his eyes tightly and recited the lines he had memorized beforehand, and the rest just slipped out. "I'll definitely become the strongest knight in the imperial capital, to uplift the honor of the McGregor family, and also," it was always the same refrain from his parents, "you must become stronger than anyone else," they'd say, "to revive the fallen McGregor family." His parents had been drilling that message into him until the very moment their carriage plummeted off a cliff. Lucas, who had been speaking rapidly, suddenly caught himself and halted. Watching Lucas with wide eyes, Ash responded with a beaming smile. "You don't have to be the strongest knight, Lucas. I may never become an emperor, but my dream is to become the coolest guy in the world." Ash's big, round eyes sparkled like the moon, and he smiled brightly. "So, as my bodyguard, you should aim to become the coolest knight in the world. Not the strongest knight, but the coolest knight. Got it?" It was the first time Lucas had ever heard such a story in his life. The most splendid knight? What was that about? Dazed, Lucas nodded hesitantly. Ash grinned as if satisfied. Just then, Alberto came into the garden carrying a tray filled with a teapot and snacks. "I've brought tea and refreshments, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Alberto." "Well, kids, shall we eat and chat?" Ash and Serenade chirped an affirmative yes and gestured to Lucas to join them. Unsure of what to do, Lucas took a seat at the table, following his brother and sister's lead. Ash and Serenade bickered over what tasted better and fed Lucas some snacks. The second Empress of Dustia watched the children's interactions with a smile. Though it was winter, the garden at midday even had a warmth to it. In Lucas' life, no. In the lives of Lucas, Serenade, and Ash, the warmest and most peaceful days began just like this. Keep an eye on that child's every move and report to me. And at the same time, days harboring poison also began. Chapter 320. After tea time had ended, it was time for Lucas to be guided to his quarters. The second Empress, Dustia, personally escorted Lucas. The room allocated for Lucas was located on the first floor of the palace. "From now on, you'll use this room." Lucas' belongings were already neatly arranged in the room by Alberto. Lucas opened his mouth slightly as he entered the room. It seemed even better than the room he had used back in his family home. "Thank you for showing me, Second Empress Mother." "Lucas." Dustia crouched down in front of Lucas to meet his eye level and gave him a warm smile. "I've heard about the hard times you've been through. It's been difficult, hasn't it? I'm not going to say you should consider this place like home, but I'll do my best to make sure you can be as comfortable as you would be in your own home. Ash and Serenade will help as well." "Thank you, Second Empress." Lucas bowed his head slightly. "I'll also do my best. Let's all do our best together." Dustia smiled casually. Somehow, that thoughtful smile seemed really motherly. Embarrassed, Lucas quickly stepped back and accidentally knocked over a candlestick on the desk. "Ah?" Before Lucas could catch the falling candlestick, the fallen candle hit the floor and flames were about to spread on the carpet. Snap! But they didn't. Dustia reached out and flicked her finger, and as if time rewound, the candlestick soared back into the air and neatly returned to its place on the desk. Startled, Lucas looked at Dustia and saw a sparkling gray magical power around her. It was as if a clock was being wound. The spiraling magic power was drawn back into her body. Cough, cough. After performing the mysterious miracle, Dustia coughed roughly. Only after her coughing had stopped did she wink at Lucas. I'd get in trouble if they found out I used magic. This is a secret between us, Lucas. Okay? Dustia extended her pinky finger, and Lucas, almost unconsciously, extended his own. Their pinkies intertwined and shook up and down. It was a promise to keep the secret. Smiling sweetly, Dustia gently stroked Lucas' golden hair and then waved her hand as she left the room. "Have a good night, Lucas. If you need anything, call for Alberto." "Yes, yes. Sleep well." Dustia, who seemed to find Lucas' polite bow adorable, waved her hand and closed the door. Lucas, who had been staring blankly at the closed door, stumbled and collapsed onto the bed. His mind was cluttered. Everything felt awkward. The circumstances that led him here after losing his parents, the kindness bestowed by unfamiliar faces, the cold bed covers and pillow in the winter air, and the mysterious magic Dustia had just displayed. Lucas turned his head to the side with a short sigh, and spotted Ash, breathing out white mist against the window, clinging on from the outside. Rubbing his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things, Lucas found that he was not mistaken. It was really Ash. The 8-year-old prince was clinging to the window of Lucas' room, shivering and mouthing, "Can you open this?" Startled, Lucas practically rolled to the window to open it for him. Ash tumbled into the room, grinning with his cheeks flushed from the cold. "Hello, Lucas."
Hello.
"Your Highness." Lucas, who still couldn't grasp the situation, asked in confusion, "What brings you here at this hour?" Then, Ash grinned mischievously and exclaimed, "Let's play." Lucas' blue eyes narrowed in bewilderment. Excuse me? Playing with a friend at night has always been my dream. Serenade leaves the house at night, and I'm super bored all by myself. With that, Ash eagerly climbed back onto the windowsill and gestured outside. Follow me. I'll take you to my secret base. The young prince disappeared out the window. Lucas, flustered, hastily followed suit and emerged outside. It was cold even though it wasn't snowing. Puffing out white breaths, Ash navigated the narrow stone walls of the king's castle, ascended the outer stairs, and finally, after clambering all the way to the roof, entered an attic just below the castle's peak through a window. Gasping for air, Lucas trailed behind. Ash then proudly announced, pointing to the attic's interior, "This is my secret base." Secret base was a generous term for what was a simple attic. There were children's books, toys, and a chessboard scattered about, along with blankets, lamps, and jars filled with preserved fruits. Ash proudly spoke to Lucas, who was blinking and looking around. "I'll make a special exception for you to enter. Tage, thank you?" "Ah, the password is this. Remember it." Ash raised a small hand and knocked on the window. Tap, 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 tap. "To enter my secret base, just knock like this." "Got it." "Yes, got it." Lucas committed the knock pattern to memory. 1 knock, 2 knocks, 1 knock, although whether it could really be called a password was debatable. Grinning ear to ear, Ash draped a blanket over Lucas' head and flipped one over himself as well. After lighting a lamp, the young prince, now sitting cross-legged, asked, "Okay, so what shall we play?" And so the two boys played through the night. They clumsily played chess, took out preserved fruit. As the night deepened, the topic turned to their crushes. Lucas said he didn't have one yet, while Ash talked nonstop about Serenade. About when she started coming to the king's castle and playing with him. So that's how it is. When Serenade came up, Ash squirmed and wriggled. His baby-faced expression relaxed. Even a fool would have known whom this young prince was smitten with. Lucas chuckled softly. As they continued their late-night conversation, dawn broke. Both boys, huddled in their blankets, started dozing off. Just then, bam! The attic door swung open, and Alberto, furrowing his brows, stuck his head in. "Your Highness, you're here again. And you've even dragged Lucas into it." Ash, who had just woken up yawning, retorted, "Alberto, I never granted you permission to enter here." Yawn. "There's nowhere in this king's castle that this old man can't go, Your Highness. No, don't come in. This is a secret base. Secret or not, from my perspective. Sigh. Please wash up and go back to your room before your father notices." Alberto grabbed both boys by their waists and forcefully escorted them out. Unfazed, Ash, who was used to Alberto's grip, looked to the side and said, "Let's play again, Lucas." Lucas, who had been staring blankly at Ash, responded with a faint smile. "Yes, Your Highness." Alberto ushered the two boys into their respective rooms. Due to staying up all night playing the game, the two boys were worn out throughout the day. Dustia shook her head as she watched them, and Serenade covered her mouth to laugh. Days like these kept passing by. Ash was a troublemaker who planned pranks with an innocent face every day, and Lucas always had to tag along. There was no time for negative thoughts. Lucas quickly adapted to life in the palace. Laughing and getting scolded together, they became like a family. Time flew by like an arrow. 5 years later. Knock, 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 knock. Lucas knocked on Ash's door and then stepped inside without hesitation. "I'm here, Your Highness. Are you all ready?" "Ugh." Ash, standing in front of a full-length mirror, let out a strange sound. He was dressed in an elegant black and white ceremonial robe. The 13-year-old prince had grown quite a bit compared to 5 years ago, but he still looked like a little boy. The ceremonial robe made him look more cute than imposing. "Hey, Lucas!" Fumbling with his bow tie, Ash let out a yell. "Don't I look weird? How many times do I have to tell you, Your Highness?" Lucas, who had been watching from behind, let out a deep sigh. "Of all the times I've seen you since I got here, Today you look the most decent. No, you look the best. 12-year-old Lucas was also dressed in a suit for the day. The light brown suit was a bit too big for the young boy, but considering it was hastily tailored, it fit reasonably well. The reason the two boys were dressed so formally today was that it was the engagement ceremony of Ash and Serenade. After checking his height, even with heels on his shoes, Ash let out a downcast sigh. Would Serenade like someone like me? Sigh. Lucas involuntarily let out a sigh. He had noticed that this young couple liked each other almost as soon as he arrived at the palace 5 years ago. But neither of them realized the other's feelings, and so they hesitated, tiptoeing around each other. Watching this painfully innocent romantic stalemate was driving him insane. He even had to act as a messenger of love, delivering love letters between them. This long time of torment and humiliation is finally coming to an end. After 5 years of messing around, they finally confirmed each other's feelings. Both families have given their consent. And today they are getting engaged. Why the heck an engagement? Just go ahead and get married. Although it was a step forward, thinking that this long mess would continue until they got married gave Lucas a headache. They were shy about even holding hands. When would they finally make a move? And he had to witness this slow-motion couple making painstaking progress. Just thinking about it was suffocating. Lucas rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Just kiss already. Move faster. Set up a home. Have lots of kids. Like 5. Gasp. Kids? Imagining the children that would be born to Ash and Serenade, Lucas unknowingly shuddered his shoulders. They would be so cute. Being Ash's escort, it would be his duty to protect those children up close. No, he wouldn't share that duty with anyone. No nannies needed. He would prepare the formula and rock the cradle himself. I should learn how to care for babies in advance. Vowing to request a lesson from the old maids in the palace, Lucas nodded to himself in approval. Unaware of his escort's sinister plans, Ash let out a deep sigh as he stood on his tiptoes. I wish I was a little taller. Currently, Ash was shorter than Serenade. Ash didn't seem to like the reality that the girl he liked was taller than him. Lucas thought that this was just a phase and that Ash would eventually grow taller than Serenade. But at the moment, the desire to tease outweighed the urge to console. You're not growing taller because you stay up all night, you know? Why are you so tall then? We've been staying up together. Height is genetic, you know. Plus, I practice swordsmanship every day. Ugh. Stop bragging and share some of your height. Ash, who had been lamenting, sighed and pulled something out of the wardrobe. Here, Lucas. Take this. Puzzled, Lucas accepted the item. What is this? It's a sword. It was an iron sword. The blade was around 50 centimeters long, shorter than the wooden sword Lucas usually used. It appeared to be specifically crafted to be carried within the imperial palace. However, it was just the right size for young Lucas to wield. Lucas opened his mouth slightly as he admired the glint of the blade. From the hilt to the blade and the scabbard, it was stunningly exquisite. Ash shrugged awkwardly. I thought you should start using a real sword instead of a wooden one. I got permission from Alberto and had this custom made in the imperial capital's forge. Do you like it? Your Majesty. Moved. Lucas looked at Ash, who added, It'd be embarrassing for me if my bodyguard showed up with a crappy sword at our engagement ceremony. Don't you think a wooden sword lacks visual impact? Please give me back my sentiment. Ugh. Grumbling, Lucas slung the sword onto his belt. Though short, it looked quite impressive. Good, my bodyguard. Satisfied with Lucas' appearance, Ash slapped him on the shoulder with a determined look. I'm counting on you to be my squire today. Yes, yes. Any special instructions? All right, let's go. Ash took a deep breath and confidently stepped outside. Lucas followed closely behind. As they moved down the hallway, servants and maids, busy attending to the engagement guests, noticed Ash and broke into applause and cheers. Walking with a mix of modesty and confidence, Ash led the way, and Lucas followed, holding back a smile. Finally, They arrived at the banquet area set up in the courtyard of the palace. Ah! In the middle of the lush summer garden, a stunning 15-year-old serenade stood waiting. The girl with shiny, aquatic-colored hair wore a beige dress that resembled what is commonly known as a mermaid line. She looked, quite literally, like a mermaid. Ah! Serenade blushed and looked away as her eyes met Ash's. Her long eyelashes cast shadows over her large, silver eyes. Ash stood frozen, unable to take another step. Absolutely breathtaking. After closing Ash's gaping mouth, Lucas shook his head disappointingly. Then, geez, wham! He pushed Ash on the back. What? Whoa! Ash stumbled into the center of the garden. The one who steadied the wobbling Ash was Serenade. The two swayed for a moment before finally regaining balance. And then, as if on cue, they both burst into laughter. Laughter spread among the guests attending the engagement ceremony as well. Seated in the banquet area were the second Empress of Dustia, Count and Countess of Silver Winter, and various nobles, all clapping and laughing. Only one person was crying. Alberto. Alberto's face was stiff, as if trying to control his emotions, but tears streamed down freely. Lucas' once-prided mustache drooped at both ends, saturated with moisture. What a disaster, he thought, feeling a sting on the bridge of his nose. Be happy, Your Highness. Amidst applause and cheers, young boys and girls touched foreheads, exchanging joyful conversations. Watching the adorable and heartwarming scene, Lucas absent-mindedly scanned the audience. And then, he saw Fernandez standing in the guest section. Though he hadn't seen Fernandez in 5 years, the 17-year-old had grown up so much he was almost unrecognizable. However, there was no mistaking that dark red hair and eyes, and that aura. As Lucas' eyes widened and his shoulders tensed, Fernandez raised his index finger to his lips. Shush! Fernandez's eyes, visible through his glasses, let out a thin smile. Lucas clenched his teeth without realizing it. A small orchestra began to play. The young couple awkwardly pulled each other close and began to dance. In the warm and dazzling sunlight, the engagement ceremony commenced, and Lucas had to follow Fernandez's gesture, stepping into the looming shadow.